Are we moving?
So beautiful. Are
we moving?
So weird. The effect's not quite the same on film. So we're on our way in a snowstorm to go try to find someone that's lost in the woods. You'll say a prayer.
This way. Okay. 1 Peter 5:8. Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about seeking whom he may devour. And before we pray, in Strong's Bible Concordance, sober comes from the word nepho, and it means to be sober, to be self-controlled, and to be watchful. And it refers to mental and spiritual alertness. And we'll pray. Father, we thank you that you teach us to be alert to the things going on around us, that you help us to avoid the traps that are everywhere, that you put so much effort into making sure that we got the knowledge, all of us, that we need, that it's there, you've put it out there, so that we're not deceived, and so that we're wary of the traps that are set for your people. We love you, Lord. We thank you for everything. We thank you for all the many ways that you protect us and guide us. And we thank you for your sense of humor. We thank you for your love. We thank you for your grace and your mercy. And we thank you also, Lord, for this stream and the opportunity that you give us to reach people and to be a part of helping you. We're honored, Lord, and we don't take it for granted. We pray your protection over everyone watching the stream, that you will give them the eyes to see and the ears to hear. And Lord, the people, especially in this kind of stream where we're critiquing what people are doing, and we're correcting what people are doing, Lord, if they should come across the videos, that they see it, that it's not in a way to be ugly to them, but that you'll open their eyes and their ears to what's going on around them, because truly the only thing that we want to do is make sure that people don't get led astray. We love you in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. I'm lead tracker E, and this is Jerry, lead horse Choctaw, Jerry Williams, and welcome to our channel, or welcome back to our channel. We have four.
I thought I looked sleepy again for a second there.
We have 4 Facebook groups: the Choctaw Missing and Murdered Woman and Son Center and Database, the Oklahoma Bigfoot Predator Watch, Antlers and Surrounding Areas, the Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warriors Path, and the Lead Tracker E Facebook page. We invite you to sub to those and like those, and to interact with us. We also have the Lead Tracker E channel. If you haven't yet, please do go over there and sub. Those numbers have been sitting there also for a long time, just like the numbers on this channel. So if you haven't, please do like and sub.
And the numbers are not accurate. That's an older photo. We're gonna have to update that one.
Yeah.
Because she does have more
Not
subscribers
much more,
now. Oh,
yeah.
okay. Well, Well, go like and subscribe.
Please, yeah, yeah. It should be growing faster, and
Mhm.
so should this channel. This channel, we watch the numbers go up and down by 2 and 3 over and over and over.
Yeah.
And you liking the videos also makes a huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like it's the same 23 people that like every video, and there's a lot more than that watching. So
Yeah.
if you would, it costs you nothing to like uh, the video. And if you don't like it, then why do you keep coming back? So you must like it. So please do us a favor and hit like. We have our book, The Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warrior's Path. Yeah, there, that we wrote, and it is a comprehensive guide to everything that you need to know about how to deter these predators, how to detect them, deter them, and everything from their origin to what you can do around the house, practical life-saving information. And this is also what we use for our tracking training trackers course.
And also, every time we have a Watching Wednesday or something like that, we always refer to this book, and we'll tell you what page this is on. This is on. If they're doing something wrong, we're showing you in here what to do right and how to do that.
And then we've also
Hey, all right.
gotten it in printed in Spanish. So where am I going? If for because we want to increase the number of people, we want everyone to be safe. So
the name of the new Spanish version book, Pa Grande el Depredador y el Sendero del Guerrero y Espiritual.
for our
Some new Spanish speaking friends, CT and Tanya Marquez, translated, helped us translate. Well, they did all the translating, so everyone can understand it. And we're going to be doing it live also pretty soon, whenever we get a few more books in from Amazon, so that we can have a book signing for some people. We got some people already that are going to get some books, and we just have to wait till they get in to do that.
And we also have our website.
Oh, also, I'm sorry, I forgot. Our Bigfoot documentary, which is $55. But we are also having a sale right now of the Bigfoot documentary and one autographed book, either the English or the Spanish version. But the we showed a little bit of the video from the documentary the other day, maybe on the 31st, I think, where we showed the Bigfoot in the tree moving very clearly. But there are other Bigfoots in the documentary, pictures and things and places that we went to, places we don't want people going, but of course we knew this area, we knew what to expect, and this is different. It's different for us because we do this. This is the things that we do. But if it's someone who doesn't know, or even a hiker, camper, children, we're playing off in the forest, they may not know what to look for. So in that documentary, we go to those places, we show you what to look for, explain them so that you can explain them to your children, so everyone can be safer out there.
So that you'll have a visual for what we talk about in the book. We also have our website, thepredatorbigfoot.com. And it was just updated the other day. The Spanish book link is also on there now. And thank you to our tracker, Night Stars, who discovered that people weren't able to find it by looking up the link. So she's corrected that and put that on there. And thank you for that. If you're in here, Night Stars, or when you see this later, thank you for that. And that might explain why the only copies that have been bought so far of the Spanish version, besides that we haven't actually had a live stream book signing or presentation of it yet, is they couldn't even find it.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Tracking miracles and encounters.
That's on the Lead Tracker E YouTube channel, and it's the ways that it's basically it's testimonies of God's divine intervention and divine orchestration, and the ways that He's bailed us out, protected us, and you, other people that are in there already. And if you have stories that you want to share, because almost everyone has one, or they have one that they've seen ways that God has protected a loved one, or that things make sense after the fact. What you looking for?
I want to kind of try to clean the camera a little bit. It looks a little blurry. Looks good on this one, but on this one it looks blurry. I don't know.
Let's see. And then we also have on that channel, on the Lead Tracker E channel, we have the Standing Feather stories. I didn't see what was. Oh yeah, it does look blurry, doesn't it?
On this one it looks blurry. On that one it looks good. Okay.
It doesn't look blurry on the phone. Let me see.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So we have the Standing Feather stories also on there, and those are Lead Horse Choctaw's, the stories of his journeys, and the stories behind the news stories, some major events that have happened. So go look at that playlist, look at both of those playlists, and we also have several other playlists on the Lead Tracker E channel, and you won't be disappointed. What the Indians say about Bigfoot is also on there, and they're all playlists worth watching. Very, very important information. What else? Ways that you can support the channel.
You know, I didn't even put the thing in the description.
By hitting like, by subscribing to the channel, by sharing it, by coming back after the fact and leaving your comments on the videos and the live streams, and just engaging with us there. We try to respond to everyone, and so when you do that, it boosts the algorithm, especially hitting like. That's why we stress that, and would greatly appreciate it, because honestly, we're putting information out there that nobody else is, not in this kind of comprehensive way. Every other researcher that we watch, and we're not researchers, every other people in this genre that we watch are still asking questions. They're still wondering, they're still guessing, they're still second guessing themselves, they're still confused. We're not. And
still
so,
making bad decisions.
from what, yeah, telling people wrong, which is the whole point of these reaction videos that we've started doing, is to correct people and show them that they're making bad decisions, or to show others, don't listen to this. I was led astray when I very first started realizing that there were Bigfoots on some property where I used to live. I took some bad advice from people. It didn't take me long to catch on that it was bad advice, but it's some of these people, they go all in, and they're putting other people in danger besides themselves. And some of these people, we get maybe 200 views, 265 views is about it at the most. And these people are getting 40, 50, 200,000 views, giving bad advice, giving dangerous advice. Please help us to
get the information
flip that
out. Yeah.
script and get this information out. In fact, we've got another, we're working on 3 books actually right now. Can we talk about that right now real quick?
Yeah, if you want to show that.
Just, okay, the one is Vessels of Hope versus Agents of Darkness, and that's a very comprehensive book that is to be in addition to this, and to go into more detail and depth. This is the basics. This is everything you need to know for the basics, but if you want a more comprehensive information and to go deeper into the study, that's what that next book is about. And then we also have the one that we're working on for, this one is along the lines of a storybook, but it's also for adults too, and for homeless people. We're working on all the illustrations for that in storybook format. simple, easy to read, easy to remember the information, just to try to help as many people as possible, and so that you can teach your children and maybe put them in homeless packets and things like that. But that's going to be a smaller story form, heavy on the illustrations book. And then we have,
So this information is, this book alone has got more information than has ever been put out on the subject of Bigfoot. It's helped a lot of people already. It saved lives, but this is just, it's got so much information in it. By itself, it would be enough to help a lot of people, but there's more to this, and it goes deeper and deeper, and that's what we're doing. We're taking you deeper and deeper, a little at a time. Um, if we was to hit you with all this information all at one time, eyes be blinking, overload.
we've had that.
We've had that done. It's too much information to give you right at one time. Like tonight, we're talking about some people doing some wrong things, and but they don't know they're doing the wrong things.
Seem like really sweet people. They
So,
always do.
So what we've decided to do is take some of, we're going to leave it in the book, but we're going to take just this small chapter
Out of the
the
new book that's
Vessels of
coming
Hope
out.
versus
Yeah.
Agents of Darkness, and we're going to go ahead and put this out. It's going to take about 3 days till it registers to be able to purchase. But this is the new book, the new, it's a chapter book, and we're going to make a series of books also.
And we'd like to thank Scott for that idea to break it up into small little handbooks, so pocketbooks of information. Yeah.
And this new book is called Bigfoot Gifters. Here is the Bigfoot Pocket Book Guide, Volume 1, The Gifters. This book will be available in about 3 to 4 days, maybe sooner. It depends on the publication. But Bigfoot Gifters, the Gifters. So we decided that because the book still needs more work, and there's too many people making wrong decisions. They're giving bad advice. They're not only hurting themselves or going to get themselves hurt, but they're encouraging other people to do the same things that they're doing, and they're guessing left and right.
Or projecting.
Yeah, or projecting
what they want to be true.
But
yeah,
and people just don't seem to realize, or they're in denial of themselves, really. They're in denial that this creature, this predator, this thing that eats everything, won't eat them. That's the biggest denial that you can find out there. That bear, which we talked about in the book here, also with the guy in Alaska,
the grizzly man.
the grizzly man. He would say, "Oh, I can play with this big bear. And the bear ate him, and his wife, I believe, her girlfriend.
Yeah, he got them both killed.
So when people are saying that these things some are good, some are bad, you have to understand the people who say that, their mind is not correct. They've been infiltrated by a demon. They've gave a scent. They've let it come into their mind, and that's what we call mind speak. So whenever you hear someone talk about mind speak, they're always going to say some are good, some are bad. Yeah. And that's very dangerous, because that demon is telling them that some are good, some are bad, so that one just keeps coming.
And luring other people into it.
So in this book, the gifters, Bigfoot, the gifters, or Bigfoot gifters, we tell you the truth. We talk about everything that's going to happen. We talk about why it's happening. And when you start doing this, you're endangering a lot of people, not just yourself, but a lot of people.
And we started with that for our volume 1 because that's the most immediate problem. If they're
Yep.
gifting, they already know that they're out there. They generally already know the basic signs of their presence, and they're seeking interaction. They're seeking a connection, and that's got to be stopped like pronto.
So that book should be out in about I would say 3 to 4 days. It's only about 20 pages. It's a series that we're going to be putting out of information that people need right away. The book will come out, and that book goes deeper into spiritual information that you need. And right now, the people who are doing all this crazy stuff of feeding and trying to interact with these things don't even have this book. And this book would give them the idea of what to look for and what's going on around them. But
maybe we can get them to read a 25 page book.
and if you don't have this book, you could be making the same mistakes, or you don't know what's around you right now anyway.
Or maybe somebody that you love is out there doing this gifting.
Or even if they're Bigfoot researching, they need this book just to start off with. These other books will be out as soon as possible. But if you love them, get them the book. Let them know. Anybody, we've been passing books out. People that we know, or if we talk with them and
they need it.
They need it, and if even people who don't have money, we're passing books out. We're sitting here. You need this book, especially if we're looking at their area and see the signs there, and they're talking about hearing noises or something. We just give them a book, we'll autograph it for them, say, here, just take it, you need it. Study it, and everyone's either who's had it has, every time we go by and see them, they're more than happy to see us. We sit down, we talk about what's going on. And most of them will tell you they've started putting their lights up, they've started changing things over, doing, going against the routines and things that they've been doing. So
I don't think we've ever watched a video that we didn't say we address that in the book. They'd have known that was coming if it was in the book, if it was in this book, right?
And with these reaction live streams, for the longest time, we wouldn't watch any other channels. It just made us mad. We're like, look at what they're doing. Why?
Frustrated.
Frustrating, really. And we turned it off. There's no reason to watch it because we don't know these people, and we're not in contact with them. They don't have our book. They're not in contact with us. They're not searching out the truth.
So a lot of the kinds of people that would ban us from have banned us from groups and pages and things like that because they don't want to hear the information that we're sharing. So
now I'd like to give one guy who also has to be in the tracker course. It's Tim Morehead or Morefoot. Morefoot. You can find him on Facebook also. He was a skeptic at the beginning and saying at the end, they said these things are good, and we're like, no, we're not. And he digs up old stories and stuff, but he got the book and he read the book, and he goes to a cabin every year, or his family does. And when he read the book, he realized that there were interactions at some of those cabins. And he talked to me this year of them having an interaction and things happening. And he even posted, he said, I had this done live. Things were happening that is talked about in this book. It was going on right outside his cabin. But he was lucky and he was happy that he had this book.
He's completely changed his mind.
And we communicate and talk today. So
some people just don't know, and some people refuse to learn. So we're trying to reach all of them.
And I was hoping that he would be in that tracker course as well. That's coming up.
Maybe the next one.
Hopefully. I mean, he still hasn't made up his mind. I told him we may try to leave a window open, but we're getting close
first come, first serve.
Yeah, getting close to not being able to put any more people into it. And then we got some things coming up in the future. We don't know when that next course is going to happen, so this would be the time to get in.
So anyway, ways to support the channel: Patreon member, Cash App, PayPal. post office box. That's in the description. Super chat, and to like, share, subscribe, and also watch the ads. Leave the ads running. Um, just
And also super chat and super thanks.
Yeah.
And that's on the banner that's going across the screen.
Our new tracker training course begins January
21st to April 21st.
And it's almost full. We've got 2 more openings, I believe. And
possibly
one of them is maybe filled. Moderators, thank you for doing what you do. Don't get mad at our moderators. We ask them to be very strict in the chat. In this format, when it's not an interview or a specific lesson we're trying to teach, in this format, we're all watching a show together and responding to it. And if you know pages in the book, most of our regulars already have this book. So when you hear something in these reviews and you know what page it is, put that in the chat too. And on these nights, we encourage you to engage as long as it's specific to the show that we're watching. And it's not an entertainment channel. It's a tracker channel. We just want to keep you safe. So heavy on the information.
I was tired, but we need some water in that. Is there water?
Got water? Yeah. Yeah. So with that all being said.
With that, all that being said, we are going to go to the comments.
And thank you for being here.
And we always do the comments, but we do encourage interaction tonight. But of course, no bad language or things like that, and no talking about other subjects.
Sometimes there's a bad language on the videos. We can't help that.
But we don't choose videos that has
there's
a lot. It may be a word or
if there's a
two.
lot of F-bombs or something like that.
Yeah, we've turned some things down, so we're not going to do that. But moderators, be on your toes and help us out. But the moderators, they know what to do.
Yeah, and also moderators, if you would please put different links in that will help. Links to the book, links to the other channel, Facebook pages, anything like that. We appreciate that.
And like and subscribe.
Okay. Cube was first.
Hey, Cube, and Cube said, "I'm already here." That was at 5:42. We didn't go until 7.
Lorna
right there at 5:47. She was 5 minutes later than Cubinator. So I imagine
we appreciate you both being excited to be in the room.
She was only 5 minutes later, and Cubinator came on really early.
And they are both trackers.
Both are trackers.
One is in Canada and one is in Australia.
Yeah, amazing.
Cube, thank you very much. Cube did a super sticker for $20. We sure appreciate you.
We
Cube.
sure do. Thank you, Cubinator.
And all the other things you do. And drop your Facebook link in the chat also.
Ann is here. Ann Jackson.
Ann is about to take our course.
Ann Jackson mixed up with them. And
Holloway.
Holloway. Okay. But Ann Jackson will be taking the course as well. So trackers, you got another one coming, and she's gonna finish. I know she is. Her and her sister. They're just two of a kind, and I don't think they would let either one of each other fail. So
yeah. But they're going to be a team themselves.
Yeah.
Anne says, I am here. My 3-year-old grandgirl is here. We'll put on my earpiece and am listening, but likely can't communicate. Well, thank you for letting us know you're here.
Okay. But if you're, oh, she's 3 years old. Okay.
They're pretty sharp at 3.
Because what this stream is talking about tonight, these young people need to know this too.
There's nothing tonight that she can't listen to.
Yeah, it's not anything bad or anything.
Well, it is, but it's nothing adult in it. People saying they're glad Ann is here. Ann says, thanks so much, Lorna. I'm glad to be here and looking forward to the time together. Tracker Lorna says, will be a fun learning night. Doris is here.
Doris Diaz. Hola, ¿cómo
Saludos,
está?
Doris.
Saludos. Bendiciones.
Graybeard is here. Hey, Graybeard.
Graybeard. All right, Graybeard.
JR says, looks like the warriors are all getting here. Hello, everyone. Hey, JR.
Yeah,
The wordsmith.
everybody's riding in.
Joyce Bicknell is here.
Joyce.
Blessings to everyone. She's
Joyce.
also she is a shadow tracker on that team.
Yeah, she's on the Shadow Tracker team.
Uh,
There's Scott.
hey, Scott.
All right.
We'll be seeing you soon.
Yep, we sure will. And Scott, we sure do have a spot open for you if you'd like to take the course.
And he says, oh, he would breeze through it.
Yeah,
he
we know you would.
Everyone, God's rich and abundant blessings on you. Thank you, Scott.
Good. And we always talk about you in the tracker meetings and
just in general.
Yeah, all good stuff. All good stuff.
Cube says, please like, share, and subscribe if you have not already. Thank you, Cube.
Yeah.
Everybody's greeting Scott. Ann says, hey, everyone, lurking with the granddaughter. Blessings to all.
And Jackson's lurking. All right.
Cube's battling the weather. Pamela Smith is back. Hey, Pamela.
Pamela Smith. All right.
Then I came in the room with the verse. Joyce is blessing everyone. Night Stars is here. Says, how's it going, kiddies?
Hey, there's Night Stars. Good.
Hey,
Bernice.
Tracker B is
Tracker
here.
B is
Hi,
here.
Bernice. She says, good evening, everyone.
And I wish Tracker B could take that course too, but I mean, we would have a spot for you always, but we know how busy you are and what you're doing.
Yeah.
But it's only one time a week.
She's making a difference where she is.
But yeah, she's expanding and doing
the
some great
Bigfoot
stuff.
lady.
And she's also going to be in a documentary that's coming up soon. And
we'll let y'all know when that comes out.
Yeah, and we will watch it.
Come on the yeah.
Yeah, you can come on and tell us when it's come out, what you did. And
you'll have more to report by then anyway. Shade is here. Hey, Shade.
Oh, the Shade is here. All right. All right. Everybody saying hello, Bernice and Shade.
Elastic Machinery is here. He loves the review nights. He says, all right, it's the night tonight.
It's the night tonight. Everybody saying hello to each other.
Hey, hello. Scott, thank you.
Oh, Scott.
We appreciate you very much.
Wow. Thank you.
Let's see.
Shade is saying, good show, Scott. Saying hi back. Scott
says he misses War Chief. He continues to pray for him. We miss him too, but he checks in, and he may be watching tonight. He just stays real quiet right now for a little while.
He's in everybody's prayers. Everybody's still holding him strong.
For sure. Cube says, Scott, War Chief is in my prayers every night. I too miss him. Yes, we all do.
Yeah, we all do.
Cube says, Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warriors Path Facebook group. Thank you. Thank you for posting that, Cube. Shade, thank you very much.
Oh, there's Shade. Wow.
We appreciate that. He
says,
for the
good old gas
fund, for real.
Oh,
thank you. We're happy to see gas going down.
Yeah. Oh, I couldn't believe it the other day. Scott saying, awesome.
Elastic Machinery says this is the most slept on channel of 2024. Truly,
it sure is.
We'll make a difference, you know. And there's some shadow banning going on. We know it.
There's some serious stuff going on. I'm going, you know, this channel should have just already been all over the place. And
we're not real fancy, but you know, we're no slouches either.
And we know that people bring up the channel on other people's streams, but it's kind of like just let's not talk about that. You know, it's kind of like we're kind of like the one that they don't talk about because
hippies come in the back door.
Yeah, in the back door.
Shade says Ken.
Ken
is Ken? Maybe I don't know somebody by their nickname. Or I don't know him by the real name. Q's posting those links. Thank you. Scott says, awesome. Love this. I bet he's talking about the pocket guides.
Oh, yeah. Great idea. Thank you for that's what we was talking about you just a while ago. I was like, I know we talked about him.
Yeah.
For those pocket guides. Let me show you that again real fast.
Cube says, hope that book will be on Amazon Australia. It'll be another bestseller. Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, this one, Scott gave us the idea for this, and it was. We just got to the point of seeing all these things that are in the book that we're saying don't do and why, and all the reasons why. Well, the truth really, but and we just we got to get this part out, at least this one, because then we can talk about it once it's out. But for the longest time, we're like, we want to tell you, but it's in the book,
And we didn't know which one to start with. But then when we saw this video we're going to watch tonight, we knew which one to start with, which topic to start for volume 1.
And we said, we've got to get it out. It's
pronto, yeah.
Because people are they're endangering too many people. Oh, that's when a bestseller, Amazon. Track Learner says, awesome. Looking forward to the pocketbooks.
Thank you. I think people will have fun collecting them too.
Oh, yeah. Even the artwork is alone wonderful.
Thank you. Cube says, agreed, Jerry. Same here. Yowie researchers, in quotes, falsely believe the Bigfoot Yowie is their bush friend and long lost cousin. It is truly heartbreaking. It is. They're deceived.
Yeah.
Scott says people need to see them for what they are, an abomination. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Elastic Machinery says, I love my book and DVD. Had to save my pennies a few months, but it's more than worth it. And we really appreciate that. That means a lot to us.
And we can't wait to have that interview, that talk.
Yeah.
Mariela Bustos.
Hi, Mariela.
Hola, ¿cómo está? Bendiciones.
Yes. See?
I got it.
Joyce says, blessings, Mariela. Cube says, some researchers here are willfully stupid. They refuse to learn.
Yeah, that's even.
And they take it very personal. Like they. Yeah.
You try to give them the answers, they get mad about it. And
Bernice says, listen, learn, and ask questions. They are dangerous. We have proof and people that have been attacked and stalked. Thank you. Exactly. We're not just, I got chills on that because we know the stories. And we know firsthand, don't we, Trucker B?
Yeah.
Cube says, fantastic, and woohoo. I'm delighted to hear you are studying the tracker course, and her sister.
And her sister
said. KNF will also be in
They're always together doing things together, so I can't wait till they, even when you're involved in the course, we've got homework for you to do out in the field. And
you'll be able to do some things together.
Yeah, it'll be awesome. Elastic
Machinery says, I put in a share in the PRT group. You got 2 PRT folks here, Shade and I, but for tonight, we're tracker fan people, LOL. Appreciate you, Elastic Machinery, very much. Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, we're caught up on that. Let's get, y'all ain't gonna believe this one. Well, you will, but it's
like we said, a lot of stuff is right here in the book. We got our pointers ready.
We watched it twice last night because we're like, no, we got to take. You got the notes? We wanted to go through and find for our book. That's why we put it off. It took a little longer because we thought, man, there's just so much here. It's like a total example. Total example of what we learn about in the book. So here we go.
Also, do we want to do the lights?
I don't know. I think it works okay with that.
Okay, that's fine.
If it doesn't, we'll be able to see on the screen.
Switch this over so you can see the screen. Okay, we're gonna have to have something for a background block. How do I pull this up?
How about our new one?
Okay, and then we're just gonna give us a second. We're gonna get this loaded. Look at that Bigfoot looking at the screen.
Tapping on the window.
Keep it right there for just a second.
I'm terrible at this. I'm no Vanna White.
Okay, we can start here.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, this is some Bigfoot group. I think he just interviews people and goes to places and collects stories. Not really sure what he does, but I'm not sure how we came across this one. May just came up on a feed and
I think we looked up Bigfoot researchers.
okay. Hey,
And
Katie Steele
I
is
was
here.
fixing to say, hey, Katie, glad you're here.
Alright, good job. Everybody say hello to Katie. Okay, so we ran across this or came across the feed, and we didn't know what it was about, so we just listened to a little bit. It was an interview with someone. I think what caught our attention was the first where we're going to start right here. Yeah, how come this is not?
How'd you do that?
Yeah,
Is
we're
this
going
the
to
second
start
one?
right there.
This is the second one, isn't it?
Second one.
Is this the one with Michigan Bigfoot? Or is this the individual one?
This is Michigan somebody.
I don't remember seeing her like this with the.
This is before
Okay.
they sit down.
Latoya Williams is here.
Latoya Williams, how are you doing? I think it's the first time I've seen your name, but I just said it like that. But good to see you.
I thought it might be a relation. Glad you're here, Latoya.
So we're going to start this off, and you're going to see why it caught our attention right off the bat. And while we kind of watched a little bit after that, then after we found out what was going on, we ended up watching the entire thing. So let's start off, and let me make sure we got enough volume here. At least on 50. And when this first started and it opened up like this, I was like, well, she's walking to the forest. She got something in her hand. And that caught her attention. Then what she did next is what everybody expects that she's going to be doing.
That title, I remember now, that title caught our name.
That's what caught our attention.
The gifting spot.
They said, oh my goodness, this woman is already in trouble. She's already doing something that is very wrong, and you can see these are structures. You got where they don't want you to go. There's tree breaks in there, a bow over here. This woman is in an infested area.
On purpose and bringing them gifts.
And bringing them gifts. So that was just right off the bat. We knew this was a bad thing to watch for anybody, but it's a great teaching tool for everyone. So let's go ahead and see what's going on.
All right, Angie, thank you so much for being a part of Bigfoots of Michigan. We're getting to your episode right now, and boy, you have got some amazing encounters.
I do have amazing encounters, yes. And it started when I moved into this property. I downsized from living in a small town, and I had a large Victorian house. So I wanted out of town and a little bit into the country, and I wanted a smaller house. So that's how I chose this house. And the activity started almost within the month that I had been.
So as a lot of people know, sometimes you get the best deals, good deals on a house, because there are predators in the area, and either the homeowner has mysteriously died, disappeared, or has moved quickly. And then they give it to somebody else, and somebody else had somebody else's problem. Or there was a gifter before, and the gifter could not afford to feed these things anymore. So the only option is to leave, because they become the meal if they cannot produce food for these creatures, for these predators.
And for this lady to say that she wanted to downsize, that usually indicates some sort of financial strain. So when they get into these deals, they can't afford to leave.
And as Natstar says, is there such a thing as an amazing encounter? I have yet to have one. These things are, you don't want encounters with these things. Either they're going to be in the forest and surprise you and try to take you, because we have a lot of missing people, and that's why we have to train a lot of trackers. Or people move from their homes. People get out. People leave, and then leave that problem for the next person. But there's not really any place that you can go to that these creatures are not. I mean, that they're not at.
Also, activity that's starting when she's only been there for a month. They've just been watching her. They're already there. They've been there. And that's pretty quick interaction.
Shay says, yes, this is a good show, and I always feel good watching. Very relaxing evening show that is full of wisdom and spirit.
Thank you, Shade. Elastic Machinery says, a little bit into the country. That means close to the city. These predators are in the city. Yes.
Yeah, and this
They
also,
sure are.
she's saying, I've moved from that area, which she's not far from. She just moved kind of like into the suburb
Yeah,
or
out
the
into the
country
outskirts,
area.
it sounds like.
She's not far from where she used to live, and that means that that entire area has these predators. So they're also in the towns as well.
So I believe that they have been on the property for the whole, however many years that they have been there.
Interesting, interesting.
And my first encounter was a whistle at 3:14 or 3:12 in the morning.
Okay.
We talk about the different
Let's see.
mimics and sounds. We've got 5 pages in the book. Hold on, we got to read through our notes real quick. Any of our trackers or any of you that have the book, you may find them quicker than we are right here. But anyway, it's under the vocalizations chapter, and whistles is one of them.
Whistling is on page 78. So that's in the book too already, but this person doesn't have the book. So let's go a little further.
My first encounter was a whistle at 3:14 or 3:12 in the morning.
Okay.
And that came between my garage and my house. And
So these things are already up on her property, is between the garage and the house.
I was sleeping and it was loud enough to wake me up.
Okay.
And it went in between the house and the garage, and then it went off into the distance, and you could hear it like a train when a train blows the whistle.
One of our trackers just the other day heard that same thing.
Truthwalker.
Truthwalker reported that, and it's a long whistle or a long call that you're going to hear. You're also going to hear a light whistle around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, because they're calling everybody back. And it's a real long, low whistle.
Just one long whistle?
One long whistle, yes, going off into the distance.
Okay.
So then, and then after that, my next encounter was when I was out shoveling. I worked for the post office and it was winter. I moved in the first week of November. So this was in December. And we run a little bit later because of the weather and stuff. So I didn't get home till like 6 or 7 o'clock.
Okay.
And unfortunately, my snow blower was broke. So I had to shovel because we had a lot of snow. So I was out there in the dark shoveling and I hit.
So she's doing a lot of things at night. The Bigfoots know that she's a postal worker. I mean, they may not know the job or the title that she has, but they know when she goes to work, when she comes back, and they know that she's coming back late in the evening.
And we talk about routines and habits in the book.
Shovel on a tree to get the snow off. And I said off the top of my head, that was not a wood knock. And then all of a sudden I got a response of a wood knock.
Okay.
And then shortly after that came the smell.
Okay.
And it's, people describe it as skunk decomposition.
If you've been in our tracker course, what are the 5 senses of a predator Bigfoot? What are the 5 senses of a predator Bigfoot? What are the 5 senses or the 5 smells of a predator Bigfoot? We'll let someone in one of the trackers answer that.
It's garbage, some of them, it's all of it. It's not anything that you can roll into one ball or one label. It's its own separate smell, but once you smell it, you'll never
forget it.
Yes,
Okay.
you'll never.
Well, that one particular smell, we call that one Bigfoot funk.
Also, gray beard, candy, frankincense, pine, sewer garbage smell, and no smell. Good. Good. Yeah.
So there's the candy, perfumey, sweet smell, the frankincense and myrrh smell,
Or a perfume or a scent like a woman.
the pine, which you would notice it would smell like a
Sweet.
fresh pine forest,
Yeah.
but in an area where there is no pine.
Yeah.
No scent at all. They don't necessarily always have a scent. And then that funky odor is just all rolled up into one. It's blood, urine, sewage, dead tarantula, dead snake. Yes, rotting flesh, like Scott said. It's just that nasty Bigfoot funk, skanky, skunky, everything gross you can think of, all rolled up into one.
And like
Wet
a
dog.
A landfill during summer.
Yeah.
If you've ever been at the landfill, go to the middle of the landfill. Don't go. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it.
But if
just
you've been,
imagine
yeah,
being in the middle of a landfill in the hot summertime.
yeah,
That's a smell also. It's just that nasty. You won't forget that smell. Nassar says she smelled another man's cologne before. Oh, at random. She said, Joyce, everybody types faster than her. But this woman here is a new experiencer, I guess.
but she already knew about Bigfoots because she hit that tree with the shovel, and she said that wasn't a wood knock.
Yeah.
So something already was on her mind that they would be out there.
Yeah.
Or not recognize it again. So then I had the smell and I was back by my garages and I had to shovel that part. So then I started getting a little bit freaked out.
She's already getting freaked out. Tracker Learner says, wet dog sewer smell iron scent.
The irons of the blood. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I started talking to myself and I was talking about the snowblower and how it was broken, how I had to be out there shoveling in the dark and blah, 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 blah. And then I started singing, because you can literally feel them. Your body feels them
Okay.
when they are around you.
We talk about that in the book. We talk about how our spirit body protects us.
And to listen to it.
Yes, in the ways that you pay attention to what's going on around you. We go into great detail in the book on that.
When the hair stands up, a breeze. Just, I think that's on the West Side Killers.
Okay.
Check real fast.
Well, body's natural warning signs is
Or
on
body's natural warning signs.
page 114. Our body has natural offensive abilities and defensive warning signs for protection that informs us that a translucent predator Bigfoot or predator Bigfoot hybrid is encroaching.
That's on page 114 in the Predator Bigfoot and Spiritual Warrior's Path. If you want to know a little bit more about that, make sure you get the book.
You can read the rest of that chapter.
And read the rest of that chapter. So it's got more information. Let's go a little further. Because this is 46 minutes and we want to try to get through it instead of reading you the
True
everything in there in the book. Appalachian Mountain Man says, can they change their way to smell, or is it something they were born with? Yeah, they can change the smell. They can. It depends on where they're at. You know, they could be in that sewer. They could be go through the water and wash it off. I mean, just
it can be.
And then they'll pick up another smell.
Yeah, then it releases the more they get excited or amped up.
Yeah. And there's always more than one. So one may smell like this and one may smell like that. So one may leave and one may, come up closer. So you may be smelling, if it's a guy, you may get the perfume smell. If you smell the funky smell first, that one may move a little distance, and then the sweet smelling perfume may catch your attention.
And also sometimes the smell may linger for quite a bit, and other times it will go away instantly.
Yep.
And when they are watching you. So I was just trying.
She said when they are watching you. So she knows that they're watching her. She knows that these things are there.
And she's singing to soothe herself. And I used to do that also. I would sing Bible hymns to soothe myself.
A lot of people do that when they get nervous.
And yeah, as a way of praying I would sing hymns.
To do anything I could to calm myself down.
Yeah, and that's why she was singing. She was calming herself down.
And I did turn on all the lights, outside lights, that I had at the time.
We were glad she did that. And we talk about lights, camera action in the book of keeping it well lit. Find it real quick. Try not to interrupt, but we also want you to know where to go for more information.
And that this information is in the book.
If she'd have had this book before she moved out there.
If she would have had this book, she would have done a whole bunch of different things, and she wouldn't be doing what she's doing today.
She would have lit up the whole thing and not just one little area. But we are glad that she did instinctively turn those lights on. Well, maybe one of our trackers can find it, but it was lights, camera, action.
I think that might be with deterrence.
Like within a
home deterrence.
Probably your property, huh? Or 153.
Probably.
Give us just a second, please. It'll be under the section, the Spiritual Warrior's Path, Physical Protection, that starts at 153. And one of the chapters in there is your property, and then lights, camera, action is a subsection under that on page 160.
On page 160 in the book. Appalachian Mountain Man says his book will be there Friday.
Hey, all right.
Thank you.
And we can't wait to hear how it applies to you and your experiences where you are. So be sure you leave a review and just come back on here and let us know what you think.
Yeah,
And
that's
thank you.
awesome.
And I did turn on all the lights, outside lights that I had at the time.
Okay.
So that just because at that time I wasn't thinking Bigfoots necessarily, I turned the lights on for the coyotes.
Okay.
To keep them away. So that was the beginning of my experiences, and then the footprints came.
Okay.
And then the mind speak happened. And my family group is 3. It's a mom. Her name is Nima.
Yeah, we gotta talk about this one. We talk about mind speak. We have a whole chapter devoted to it, starting on page 196, and the mind protection technique that will teach you how to stop that. But she doesn't stop it; she encourages it. And then we also talk about it in different other places within the book, here and there. So mind speak is
Mind speak is assent to a demon.
when you allow that.
When you allow that to enter into your mind, to communicate with the demon, your threshold has been broken, and they have access to you anytime they want now, dreams included.
And you'll begin
That was the
you'll begin to get confused. What is your thoughts? What are their thoughts?
Yeah.
What is projected into you and what is from you?
Or where'd that thought come from?
beginning of my experiences, and then the footprints came.
Okay.
And then the mind speak happened.
The mind speak happened.
And my family group,
My family. So she's already claiming them.
Or they're claiming her.
But yeah, really it goes both ways.
is 3. It's a mom. Her name is Nima.
Okay.
It's a dad. His name is Javid. And it's a little one whose name is Olaf. And I think Olaf is around, I'm going to say 3 to 6.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure.
Guessing
know.
and thinking.
Over the past year and a half that I've been there, his face has filled in.
Okay.
You used to be able to see skin, and you can't see skin. It's all hair now.
Okay.
And mine are.
Now, when they're getting to age, you know, what does the deer tell the younger deer how old you are? These things, she's a great beard saying, naming them like they're Smurfs. Exactly. She's already, you know, you could name your cat or something. These are predators.
Dang. Glad to see you, RCP.
RCP, all right. So she's naming these things. She's saying these things are telling her and talking to her. Now, Scott says they have a name for her as well.
You
They
bet
sure
they
do. They sure do.
And they are part
Lunch.
of
Great
a
Bear says lunch.
13-member
Yeah.
family group.
Oh, okay.
And they do have one older daughter, and she stays across the street.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
mine are separate from that other family group, but they go over on the weekends and stay on that part of.
Okay,
Yeah.
what's going on the weekends over at the next property?
Yeah, why are they over
People
there?
camping over there, or there people there on the weekends? What's that all about? And also, most of this information she's getting through mind speak
And she says there's only 3 in the area.
on her property.
Yeah.
She thinks everybody else is across the street, and also, so Bigfoots have weekends. They know weekends.
Mm-hmm. Also, she took some pictures and posted off of another thing, and so we looked at those photos, and there's more than 3. What's this woman's name? I don't know.
Angie.
Angie. There's
Angie.
more than 3, Angie. I want to show you. This is one that's by a tree.
That you didn't notice.
And there's 2 more there. There's a couple more there. That's a close-up of one in the very center, looking through some brush. That's another one. This is a cluster. There's like 1, 2. You got to divide the faces up. I'd say there's probably about 5 right there, maybe 6, 2 at the bottom.
If you read the book, you know that they stack up.
Let's see. This is all of them in that. This is that shadow part blown up.
Where she's going to gift.
Where she's giving them things. There's another one. Different look, but it's still another predator. There's another one, if not 2, but that one for sure right there, looking through the brush at her. Hard to make out, but that's the full face. The very center is the face. And also, there's another one looking underneath the brush.
From that blind.
From the blind that she created somehow by, knocking some things down or pulling some brush together. But there's another one. So, dearest Angie, you have more than 3 there.
True.
And they're all watching you.
And they're not only staying across on their side of the street.
They're not just staying over there, Angie. They are on top of you.
I guess they're territorial.
With the daughter.
With the daughter.
She
Okay.
guesses.
And the other.
She guesses.
She does a lot of, I think, maybe, possibly wishful thinking. Graybeard says hunting, yes.
Graybeard also the visitation hours.
The family court after the divorce.
That star says, I see them. And the clusters are harder for her. Victor Manuel Zavola Ariel. Ariel.
I can't roll my R's, Victor, but welcome.
He says, hola.
Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Saludos.
Hola, Victor. He says, God bless you. Greetings from Mexico. Querétaro.
We're glad you're here, Victor.
Everybody say hello to you, Victor. SMA Mommy.
Hey, there you
are.
Glad you stopped in.
And we about that course that's coming up, SMA Mommy. We was so wanting to get a hold of you to make. We're holding that spot just in case you
just can't hold it very long.
Yeah, we just can't hold it very long, but we're so glad you're here. Victor saying hello to everybody. Hello to Jerry, and he says Hella, but it's Ella, Lee, Ella.
She says she will email us.
Okay, good, SMA Mommy.
So this lady's gone from being terrified, scared, turning on her lights, going inside, all the stuff that she was doing, singing to calm herself, to now she thinks that they're just a sweet little family that are hers, her family.
She started off
this
scared
is
already.
A lonely person, and this is one thing we were talking about this morning, that all of these people that we can see that are doing the gifting are lonely people.
Single.
For the most part, single or alone a lot.
Or there's not a lot of love at the home because they're looking for an interaction somewhere else.
They're looking for acceptance. They're looking to feel special. They're looking to, and there's nothing wrong with that. Those are normal human emotions. But demons and demon bloodline predators feed on that, manipulate that,
Oh,
take
yeah.
advantage of that.
Yeah.
And so that's a threshold break that
If there's love at the house, you're not going to be trying to intermingle with a predator that will come back to your home to look and see what pets and children you have.
and your people in your home are going to discourage that.
Yeah.
Scott says, hard to understand that people romanticize these things. They are calculating, stinking, snot-nosed abominations. There's nothing noble about them. You're absolutely right. And then, you know, you said romanticize, and you picked a real good word, because
Yeah.
we found out after watching this that it rolled up in the feed that she actually has her own channel, and it's called Beauties and the Beast, and it's targeted towards women to teach them how to interact with these things.
Wow. I was thinking that this
And
was
that
like
reminds
Beauties and
me
the
of
Beast.
Beauty and the Beast,
I
where
was
they, you
thinking
know,
that.
same kind of concept. So romanticize is the exact word. And the gifting is part of a courting ritual, which we'll talk about in our new book, and in this, well, the new little book too, the pocket book. Cube says, agreed, Scott. These people who believe this nonsense are seriously deluded. It staggers me the extent of the delusion in them. They're open for predators in human predators and these
It's
kind of predators, and demonic
delusional
predators.
that this predator that eats everything is not going to eat them because she's giving them a pumpkin pie or
Yeah,
pizza.
yeah.
Now, we even write about that in the new book. They're looking for more than pizza and a snack
But
pack.
it's just a
I think is what I
connection
put
for
in
now.
there.
Yes.
Yes, my mommy says, absolutely agree, Scott. And Victor says, an honor to be sharing this chat and this live with you. All my affection, respect, and admiration.
Thank you very much.
Now it starts agreeing with Scott. Good. Joyce is saying, looking for love in all the wrong places.
Truly,
Exactly.
truly, no joke. And you know, we don't say that hateful. I've been lonely. Everybody's been lonely at one time or another, and that's not handled correctly. You can make a lot of mistakes.
And they're looking for acceptance. They're looking for companionship, kind of. Even though it's a predator,
they want a connection.
They want to be that special person that says, well, I can connect with a Bigfoot. Can I?
Yeah.
You know what? You know, at least I got that.
And they're usually very, very nice people.
That's what demons do.
Yes.
They want that isolated person. They want that person looking for something else instead of looking for God. They're looking for something
easy prey.
Easy prey.
Graybeard says should be crazy and the cannibals.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You're exactly. That's a good one. Looking for love in all the wrong places. Graybeard saying, laugh out loud, Joyce. Yes, I mean, mommy said, oh no, that's horrible. She is teaching others how to become food.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, and that's why we decided to get this. You weren't in here, I don't think, but we're doing a pocket book right away. We're putting it ahead of the other two books. We're putting it out in the next few days. It's pretty much written.
I want to show you that real fast.
Depends on how long it takes to get printed.
That's in my mommy. This is the new
and
book.
It's for gifters.
This is the
Bigfoot
new book.
Pocket Guide. It's the first in a series that we'll do of small books, and it's this lady right here inspired
And
it.
that's a Bigfoot tapping on the window. She didn't inspire the book. She inspired us to get this book out quick.
Yeah.
Because people are.
Yeah.
Because she is teaching people to do what she is doing.
And this guy interviewing her, he's got thousands and thousands of chats. I mean, thousands and thousands of views.
So they're spreading the wrong information to a lot of people. It's going to get a lot of people hurt or killed and eaten.
Elastic Machinery says, is she calling herself the beast and them the beauties? No, the women. She's calling the women beauties and the beast. And I think she made it plural because she probably didn't want to sound like she was being conceited, or she would have said probably Beauty and the Beast, or maybe a copyright thing or something.
Oh my goodness, we're low on power.
It's plugged in, isn't it?
Just then.
But anyway, so it's called Beauties and the Beast, and if we get time, we'll do some in that one also. But yeah.
But she does have a page like that. So
a
don't
channel,
check
YouTube
that
channel.
out.
Yeah, don't hit like on that one, please.
Yeah.
RCP says 50 years ago, this person would have found love and interaction with the church family. With the falling away we see around us, these people are now looking in the wrong places. That is an excellent point.
Yeah.
And if the churches would correct themselves too, and there stop being so much pedophilia and abuse and grifting and things like that in the church, and they would stay rock solid. But we're seeing a cleansing of the churches too. That would sure help, and people would be more willing to go back to the churches. Appalachian says she would definitely find a connection. Yes.
Yeah, she's already got one. She's already started with the mind speak and
Yes.
gifting. She wants to know if you're going to color it.
Color which thing?
This may
No,
be
that pretty much is the cover.
Yeah.
That's all the color we're going to have on that one. But we're talking about maybe doing a coloring book or coloring pages.
Yeah.
Elastic Machinery says more like the enabler and the rapers in your bushes. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
SMA says that's a perfect example as to what they're truly doing, and that's the low end of it.
Yeah.
There's
Truth
Truth
Walker.
Walker. Glad you're here.
We just talked about you. Good stuff.
Cube says this bloke interviewing her is just as deluded as she is. Yes,
Sure
he is.
is.
He encourages her every step of the way.
Sure is.
Elastic says that makes sense. SMA Mommy says, looking forward to the new book. There's areas I've been, I should be handing them out. Yeah.
Yeah, we know you've been doing some work up there too.
Appalachian says RCP finger red number 1. Finger red number 1. Cube says, hey, Truth Walker. We can skip those. SMA says, I'll be going to the channel to try to help bring education. Good.
All right, good.
Greetings. And we're going to skip through the greetings ones.
Oh, she said she would check them out since she's a Michigan, and maybe I can reach them and share some truth.
Oh, good. And good luck with it. Good luck.
Right.
Nice.
Anyway,
Okay.
Okay.
Now we can
Go a little further.
Yep.
Family group who I'm not sure, you know.
Well,
I
she's
have
not sure.
met them, so I don't know.
She don't know.
Awesome.
So yes, it's
She's
been
awesome.
mine. What I want people to know is the other side of the story. Mine are very kind. They're very caring. They're funny.
This is how she's starting out.
Yeah.
And we've noticed that everyone starts off like that. Then they say later that, well, actually, she started off scared.
Yeah. Scared and concerned and freaked out were her
Freaked out,
words.
But now she's saying they're
But
kind.
then she started
friendly.
getting mind speak, and Truth Walker was the first to notice that once they start getting mind speak, that's when they're drifting to
Some are good,
some are bad. Yeah. And they second guess their own
from
spirit
knowing
body
that they're predators or knowing that they're scaring them at the beginning to mind speaking with them.
And she's fully claimed them now. They're her family, mine.
Mine. She's claimed.
We have a really good rapport.
A really good rapport where nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, and I noticed too when they say they're funny, when these Bigfoot lovers say funny, it's usually in that they play tricks on me and they're mischievous.
And they scare me, but not on purpose.
They don't really mean to. They're just
right.
being silly.
Yeah, it scared me, but they were just being funny.
Really good relationship. Not all of the Bigfoot or the Sasquatch are aggressive and mean. I think it depends.
That's mind speak.
Thinks it depends.
She thinks whether, and most people will say, well, the campers came in and were drinking and yelling, so the Bigfoots ran them down, or they may have took a photo of them, so it was
their
people's fault.
Their fault.
Yeah.
They were fishing. They were camping. They were sleeping in their tent. Their fault.
Their fault.
Depends on the individual and the circumstances that are happening at the time.
They had wrong intent.
You can't go into an area for like a weekend and expect to have good encounters.
Well, people go to the parks, to the lakes on the weekends, they're not looking for encounters. They're just going to go there and fish, camp, swim, have some fun, and go home. They don't want encounters with Bigfoots. They don't want to encounter a predator that is going to scare them to run, get into their vehicle, and leave, or possibly shoot at them because they're scared.
You may have good encounters, but you may not. They need to be able to get a feel of you, get to know what are you doing there.
You have to have.
They're definitely looking for what you're doing there. That's why it also tells you in the book that they'll herd out, you know, if you go into an area, say as a hunter, or a deer will come right out, or a hog will come out. They're trying to flush animals out to see, is this what you're here for? Get it, get out. This is what you're here for? Get it, get out.
Even the campers, most campers go camping for 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
All the encounters, the actions happen on that Saturday and Sunday. The first day, they're just recon work.
Yeah.
That next day and the next day, that's when things happen. That's whenever they know they have 3 days. Either you're going to give them food, leave food, or they're going to take you. This is when the most missing happens, is 3 days into this thing, second and third day. Truth Worker says, there you go. Something about mind speak.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, mommy.
Says, always follow your first gut instincts. I say that's God's voice because it's placed there by God for a reason. Yes.
Yeah, and her first instinct was fear.
Yep.
And to start singing.
Night Star, and to turn on the lights.
Yep.
Night Star says, the predators played tricks on me, but I never received mind speak. We're thankful for that.
We're thankful for that.
Cube says, mind speak is insidious, implanting emotions, moods, and words, and these folks are all too easily influenced. Yes, and who does mind speak?
And
demons do mind speak.
Demons are mind speaking, and she is influenced, and she's on TV now. She's got
Making
her
friends
channel. She's trying, talking with other women, saying that you can do this too. Just kind of
feeling loved and special.
Yeah.
Scott says, sure, forget to gift them for a couple weeks and let's see how they act and if they're still upstanding forest people. Exactly.
Exactly.
Night Star says they still play tricks from time to time. I don't like it. It's because you have wisdom, Night Star.
And a weapon.
Training. Yeah. Yeah.
And we'll use that weapon.
Elastic says she was so terrified in the beginning that she would accept anything the mind speak said to ease her mind. Exactly. She's wishful thinking. You're right.
She's in
denial.
To say that, well, this predator is not going to hurt me, even though it's eating everything in the forest.
Truthwalker says, Scott, exactly. Appalachian says she sounds like that guy that lived with bears in Alaska, grizzly man. She needs to quit thinking and find some facts. That's exactly right. We talked about that before you came in the room. We actually brought him up. He got himself and his girlfriend eaten.
Yeah.
That Graybeard says that grizzly man was sad and paid for his delusion. He sure did. He thought all you have to do is respect them and they'll respect you. That's kind of like when I subbed for the junior high class. I said, if I go in there respecting them, they'll respect me.
Yeah.
That didn't work so well. Okay. Cube says she thinks she is on some great groundbreaking spiritual revelation in playing with the Bigfoot. Yes.
You are right.
Yes, and they all do.
Yep.
Appalachian says, so will this lady, Graybeard.
Yeah.
If she doesn't get it together. And Victor says, fascinating. It is. It really is.
Yeah. She's on a menu coming up.
Right. What is your intention here? And why are you here? So it takes them a little bit to get to know you, and you're not going to have that rapport with them in one weekend.
Okay.
Normally, I would say maybe you could, but you have to build these relationships with them in order to have quote unquote good encounters. I don't think that they're all aggressive from what I've been told.
She doesn't think. You have to build rapport through appeasement,
You have to give them what they
sacrifice,
want.
gifting, submission.
Go around their schedule.
Apologize for being there.
Make sure nobody bothers them. Whatever. Tractor Lawrence says.
Predator is always a predator. Exactly.
Exactly. And this woman's saying, if you're nice to them, good intentions.
In other words, blaming anyone who gets attacked by them on the person. And we know, I don't know if Tracker B is still in here, but we know full well. And if Tracker A sees, yeah, it's not about your intentions.
And this woman just hasn't been taken yet. But
she's food in the pantry. Right now, she's useful. They can study her. They can watch her.
Learn.
Yeah.
When the best
learn
opportunity
learn how
is.
to.
By the father to be, they don't want to fight with the humans.
Okay.
They just have been here and they now have to coexist. The more that we are spreading out, the more that we are building, their territories are getting smaller.
Okay.
Coexist is something that the witches are huge on saying. Let's all coexist. You don't have to coexist with predators that want to eat you.
RCP says, you guys think, and we're not guys, one's a woman and one's a man.
She may be from the north.
Or maybe you're just talking to everybody
everyone
in the room.
Y'all.
You can say y'all.
Think they use people like her to recruit others, or are they just biding their time? Both.
And they're using her as a food source right now. But they are waiting for the opportunity and the best time. And they can wait years. They're patient.
They sure can. Right now, she's useful.
Right now, she's bringing them pizza and snack cakes.
Night Star says, the young warrior and the mountain. Graybeard says, good question, RCP. It was a good question. Cube says, yes, they do, RCP. Sadly, yes.
Yeah. Oh, Scott's having some problems.
He says, I've been booted 5 times tonight. Uh-oh. RCP says, sorry, y'all. It's okay. It's okay. I used to live in Wisconsin, and we say you guys, like down here, we say y'all.
I always, whenever I was with a female or a person, and someone in a restaurant would come up and say, what can I get for you guys? I'm going, there's a female over there. I'm a guy. That's a female.
Because you were born in the land of y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all.
So we have to learn to live with each other, and that takes time. You just don't bam and have a relationship with them. You have to work at it. You have to build with it.
Romanticizing.
And she's saying that we have to work with these predators.
Yeah.
We have to appease them. We have to make them comfortable.
The encounters at my house range from house bangs, which banging on the house, I've asked them not to do that.
Okay.
Because it's startling and it freaks me out.
So there again, it freaks her out. They also feed on negative energy. They feed on fear. And she's smiling while she says it. It freaks me out. She doesn't like it. She's asked him, don't do that. They know she doesn't like it.
And how many gifters have had them come up to their house and bang on their house, tap on their windows, crawl on their roofs, look through their windows, throw pebbles at their house, scare their dogs, because the dogs, dogs know. Dogs, I ain't going out there. I will pee in your pantry. I'm not going out there. But now they're slapping on her house. They're coming up. These gifters, every time these gifters, they're with every uncontested approach, and that's the words that we use in the book, with every uncontested approach, the predator Bigfoots advance.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're slapping on the windows, slapping on the house, and they're trying to get that fear up. And they're also trying to get this person to come outside. That's the tapping on the window. That's the pebbles. That's to get you to come outside.
Yeah. Cube says Joyce says she's so lost in her delusion. I think.
Hold on, let's go back up here.
Did I miss one?
A lot.
We
Cube
read that
says,
one.
Scott, the system booted me already 10 minutes ago also.
Oh.
And Joyce says, okay, there you go.
She's too lost in her delusion. I think trying to reason with her would be a waste of time, probably.
Probably, because she thinks she knows. And if you listen to her, she says, I guess, I think, maybe, could be. So she, and being delusional
She's
and
busy
in denial.
listening to the Bigfoots.
Yeah.
Cube says she might read the book if she was approached, but I don't know. She sounds too heavily invested in the delusion. I believe so too.
Yeah.
War Chief.
Hey, War Chief is here. All right.
He says the predators, I'm sure, have deemed her ribeye. No joke. No joke.
Yeah, she's already got a name called, and that's also in the book, Friend.
Good.
That's
good.
That
means they're gonna taste good. My friend or friend good, page 103.
Under mimicking vocalization and gestures, page 103, where the Bigfoot says, my friend and friend good. My friend is, that's my ribeye.
Belongs to me.
And friend good means that ribeye is good. Tastes good.
Scott says, break your threshold. Don't do it. Exactly.
Yeah, don't break your threshold. Even Jesus said, don't cease to close that door, let it pass over.
We've got a lot in the book on threshold, ways to break your threshold. RCP says, Joyce, that's a conclusion I'm coming to as well. Kind of scary for her and anyone who listens to her. Absolutely.
Sure is.
Joyce says, the word says, don't throw your pearls before swine. They will only turn and rend you. Yeah, you could apply that here, couldn't you?
Everybody saying hello, the War Chief.
Yeah, we were missing you a while ago, War Chief.
Yeah, and we were talking about you a while ago. Matt Star says,
I took some pictures of Erna for you. I'll send them to you. She's so cute.
oh.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Erna is not a Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Victor says, everyone makes a point. I love that. We do too.
We love this group.
Scott says, good to see you, War Chief.
All right. I think Scott was asking about you too a while ago.
He sure was. He was saying he missed you.
So when I asked them not to bang in the house, they did not bang in the house and they started banging on the garage.
Oh, so sweet. So sweet.
So now they're not banging on the house, they're banging on the garage.
Because they don't want to push her too far too fast. And we also talk about garages in the book as being an ambush spot too. And one of the reasons they bang also is to get you to come outside.
Yep, sure do.
So then I was like, okay with the garage. And then I'm like, well, you know what? That's enough with the bang. Let's not bang anymore. And then you get the window taps.
Okay, so it was freaking her out about the garage too. That was scaring her too. And she's like, okay, don't do that. So, okay, we're not gonna hit the garage, but we're gonna come tap on your window like a tarantula when it's looking for its mate. And if you read the book, you know that they have spider DNA. And this is right here is what inspired us to go ahead and hurry up and get this little pocketbook out for the gifters. There's a Bigfoot tapping on her window.
And it's either in the Predator, Bigfoot, and Spiritual Warriors Pathways or in the new book where we talk about the spiders tap on the windows to attract a mate. They tap on things.
The aquarium glass.
And also, Bigfoots have been watching people for generations. So how many times have they watched a young boy go and throw a pebble up to a woman's or a girl's window, and she comes and opens that window up and he's down there serenading or saying, hey, come on, sneak out.
You're right.
So they've seen this work before. And for a female, they're gonna be throwing pebbles. They know what to do.
We also talk in the book about the story of one of my best friend's ex-husband that when he was a child was almost snatched out of a window when he was in the bathtub. I suppose he had bad intentions when he was in
The
the taking
child
the
had
bath.
bad
So
bad
he had that
intentions.
coming, right? And he's in his 60s now and still traumatized when he talks about it.
Mhm.
Every night for me, and this is after a year and a half.
Okay.
I now between 9 and 10:30 get either a pebble or a sugar gum seed pod thrown at the side of my house. And
Oh, so sweet.
And that pebble is to get you to come outside, to look through that window,
To keep you from sleeping,
to raise that window up, to go outside. And
keep
if
that connection going.
once an opportunity arises, they could just reach in and pull you out that window.
that would be the south side of my house.
Okay.
And I do live in a trafficked area. I have a lot of traffic in the front of my house.
So see, she's still not far out of town.
North side of my house is field, and then the back side is woods, and then the south side is a small wood line. And then in the summer or in the fall, you can see.
Scott says they're saying, "Snack, come outside. We want to eat you." What? Keep
Yep.
watching, Scott. Good, very, very good.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're
You're
saying.
exactly right.
Good
My
job.
neighbor's house from there. So it's, when the leaves are on there, you can't see it, but it's a smaller area. So there's, I would say, anywhere from 80 to 100 some acres around for them to be able to roam there.
Okay,
and I
so
noticed,
so they got 80 to 100 and something acres to roam around, but they're up on her house. They're up there at her garage. But she was
They're-
talking about how we've just encroached on their land and their property. Well, wait a minute. They got hundreds of acres out there in a river back there. Why are
that's
they up
just
here
in
with
that
you?
area.
Yeah, yeah,
They got-
exactly. There's so much untapped forest. It's a bunch of bull. They're in the towns because they're observing people and looking for prey.
And looking for an opportunity to take one or two or all of them.
yeah, there's plenty of water sources around.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
High volume rivers.
yes. And I interacted with them partly because in the beginning, the first 2 months, once you realize that, okay, this is Bigfoot, and you don't know a lot about Bigfoot, I've always believed that they existed. When I lived in Armada, I had 7 acres of woods, and I thought that they were back there, but I never paid attention.
Okay.
I never went looking for signs. I had horses, I had chickens, I had dogs. The dog came in and out at will, never bothered any of them. And
That she knows of. Because like she said, she wasn't paying attention. She didn't know what was going on. She don't know what they do. She doesn't know that they mess with the horses. And if she didn't have any chickens come up missing, that's very surprising. And knowing her, she would say it's because it was a coyote or a
Yeah, like she did here at first.
yeah.
Even though she just got through saying that wasn't a wood knot. And then she said, but I figured it was maybe coyotes. Was she telling the coyotes that it wasn't a wood knot?
Mm-hmm.
And then here in this case also, she said, I figured they were back there, but I didn't think about, well, something made her think that they were back there.
And Scott says there is no good ending to this giant mistake.
You know what, Scott? I wrote that down. The giant mistake. I like that play on words. That may be a title of something we do.
It's actually in the book.
Those words in that order. The giant mistake.
No, but in the book it says that once a connection stops, there is no ending.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Besides
yeah.
being eating or
for sure. I was just thinking
being
a
mated with.
good title. When I read that, I thought, oh, that'd be a good title for something.
Mm-hmm.
Cube says, top right-hand corner of the screen, her video, there are shadows at the baseline in those trees. Her Bigfoot buddies giving her moral support and watching their future connection.
Oh yeah, that back tree line.
It looks,
Yep, you're
the
right.
way this bench has a plaque on it, so she may not be at her house. I'm not sure
No,
if
she's
they're
at a
at her
park.
house or if they went to a park or something.
Because
somewhere.
you'll see a guy walk here in a second.
But yeah, even at a park, they're being watched.
Yep, that park's being
And
watched.
later
It's a
to
walking
find out
track.
and talking with one of the researchers, yes, there is activity in the area I was living at the time.
So there was activity in where she was living, but she didn't know about it. But those horses, I'm sure they knew about it because she's inside not paying attention to
And if
anything.
the dog could come and go at will, that means it could get inside quickly when it got nervous.
Yeah, and it was probably inside more than out.
So when I moved into this house, Bigfoot was not on my radar at this point.
That's a lie
And
because she
it
just said when she hit, that's not a normal thing for someone to say if they hit a shovel against a tree to knock snow off, to say that wasn't a tree knock, it was on her radar.
Yeah, sure was.
happened that I moved into an area that was inhabited by the Bigfoot.
Right.
Oh, just an accident, I'm sure.
This is not the only area that's inhabited by these predators.
Not at all.
These predators are everywhere. Almost every town, city, park, country homes.
I think she was actually hoping there would be some in this area too.
Wherever people are, these things are. Wherever a food source is, these things are.
Yeah.
All right. And it sounds like the homeowner prior to you might not have had a good relationship with them.
Yes, I don't believe that I think there was some kind of, I think he messed with them.
Oh.
She struggled to find a way to put that would make it the man's fault.
Yeah, because she knows something
She
happened.
knows more to that story.
Because she was trying to, she don't want to say it was the Bigfoots that ran him out.
Yeah, and she's blaming him.
She said he must have messed with them. He
Yeah.
must have did something to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like
He
maybe
had bad intentions.
he had bad intentions, or he didn't give them everything, or he didn't mate with them.
There was some kind of
Struggle.
I think he messed with them.
Okay.
You think?
I think he didn't respect them.
Oh,
Right.
that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
It's got to be that he didn't respect them. Like that little boy didn't respect him when he was taking his bath.
And how many gifters will say that? You have to respect them.
Yeah, you got to appease and apologize and say, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to pass through. You don't do that with your friends. You don't have to do that with your friends.
Nope.
With them.
Okay.
I think he didn't respect them.
Right.
Is what
She
happened.
closed one eye when
I know
she said
he was
that.
only there for a year before he moved out.
1 year.
He got chased out right away. He
He-
probably had a 1-year lease.
He lived there 1 year and left.
Mm-hmm.
I think he sold the house.
Yeah.
He got out. He left it to you, Susan, or whatever her name is,
Angie,
Angie.
Beauty.
He took off. He said, I ain't dealing with this. There are huge predators, and there are multiple predators all over this area, Angie. And I ain't dealing with it. I'm leaving.
And his wife.
All these predators.
Somebody's going to get a great deal.
Somebody's gonna get a great deal because I ain't dealing with it.
Look at that.
I am leaving. I am getting out of here. You deal with it, whoever. I'm gone. So this guy the guy before her was there for 1 year and he left.
Okay.
So, and then the previous owner was an elderly gentleman, and I do not know a thing about him. And the house sat vacant for a year.
Okay.
Well, a flipper bought it, and then I bought it from the flipper. So it was very overgrown in the yard. There were parts
Lots
that
of
were
blinds.
clean and tidy as far as the yard itself.
Mm-hmm.
So the one interesting thing that I noticed, maybe, I'm not sure how long after I moved in, but my yard has separate courtyard, like it's separate into sections. It's not one big yard. And there's a fence going back by the one part of the property, and there was a black Bigfoot figure with his hands like this, peeing over the fence like this.
Okay.
So that was put up, I believe, by the previous homeowner. So
So
What do
he
you
was
think they're
trying-
saying?
He was trying to warn people of what it was, and it was so overgrown that it took her a year to even notice this back there.
She wouldn't even seen that if she hadn't cleaned that area.
Uh-uh. That's probably the area that he saw them peeking over at him. And this is just like if you watch our video, there's something wrong in Wright City, the ones peeking over at them and peeking around the corner of their house up in the town, looking at where the little girl is saying, my friend, you know, scary.
Does everybody understand why we can't watch these things?
But why we have to?
But why we have to now?
And this gives us motivation, and you guys being here and learning and engaging and
We wouldn't watch
sharing
this
your
if
knowledge
if-
also.
If it wasn't for the viewers and the trackers, we wouldn't watch this.
Yeah,
But we need to watch it so that we
Yeah.
can show what they're doing wrong
yeah,
and how they're endangering other people by
yeah,
their channels.
yeah.
put that down because I didn't think it was respectful.
Oh,
She
it
didn't
was
think-
disrespectful. Just a simple statue of them doing exactly what they do.
And that homeowner warning you that if you see this, look around because you're going to see this again.
So disrespectful, which means she's afraid of offending them. She's afraid of them getting upset, and she's still scared of them.
Yeah, she's scared of them. She's doing everything to appease them.
But pretend that they love her and that they're nice and they're funny and kind.
And loving and playful.
To them, I thought it was kind of, I don't know, I just didn't like the way that it felt.
Yeah, it was very interesting to me. It's almost like the previous homeowner had an encounter and then just didn't handle it correctly, you know, put up a weird sign and then kind of marked the spot with that Bigfoot figure. So
Hey, don't break the TV.
I won't. I'm just gonna
You're going to knock it over and hit him. This guy is,
he's gonna help her blame the man.
yeah, he's helping blame. He's saying it's not the Bigfoot's fault that they come and try to eat you.
He handled it wrong.
He handled it
He
wrong.
didn't deal with it correctly.
He should have gave them everything they wanted: food, water, you. He should have let them chew on his arm,
Giving him his pets
given them his pets, and bought him a cow to eat,
and apologize.
and apologized, and brought him flowers, candy. Oh, this guy, I don't know who that guy is either, but he's an awful guy.
Or he was mocking them.
okay.
Mocking him. Even worse, he was just being ugly.
And disrespectful.
You know, maybe it was his way of trying to deal with it, even.
Or
You know, he
maybe
may have been trying to warn people, but he may have
yeah.
also been just trying to process through what was going on. Or, you know, we don't know, but I don't think it was for the reasons that they're saying.
No, to me, that would be to warn somebody the next one. Let's get to
Elastic Machinery says, wow. And he says he trusted his instincts and finally left / escape. Yes.
yep, sure did.
Deborah Mueller says, so unsettling. Hey,
Hey,
Deborah.
Deborah.
Yeah, we agree. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, sure is.
RCP says, is it just me or does her face appear to be changing the more she talks? I'm not sure.
I'm sure it is because she's getting to more truth. And so it's kind of unsettling to her too. If she would listen to what she's saying, it would really, really be that way.
But she watches her words to make sure she doesn't say anything that would distress them. Elastic says just recently 2 lost Bigfooters were found dead. Joyce says my aunt sold her property in Kentucky at a loss to be free. She had nothing but problems with predators on the river there. Oh man.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. They're like, I'm out. Just
Yeah. Night Star says very conflicting. Cube says it's hard for me to watch, but she sounds exactly like the Aussie versions of herself, deluded, hypnotized by the predators, touching her mind, softening her spirit's alert system to the danger. Well put, Cube.
yeah.
Elastic says, wow, Joyce, that's so sad. I grew up by a river and it is always beautiful. The predators in that area had cow faces. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
if there's cows, they got those faces.
If you've read our book, you understand there's sections in there of their origins that depending on what they've been eating and mating with, they're going to take on those features. That's why no two look alike, and that's why you see lizard man, dog man, bear man, pig, etc., etc., because it's all one binding predator DNA. So that's in the book. Night Star says, and a keychain. May says this guy has his hat on too tight with the wool over his eyes. It's very sad and scary. And he's got tons of viewers.
He's got tons of viewers.
A lot of viewers.
And he's helping this woman put the blame on the people. Not that these predators are predators.
Because he wants them to be good people too.
Yeah.
And they're not people.
And he might have, that might have been one of the things that happened to him, that actually they looked over the fence like that.
Yeah.
That could have very well happened. I
Yeah.
don't have any information on that. I'm just supposing at this
Every
time, but
night.
I do know from hearing mine speak from Jabi, they did not have a good relationship with the previous owner.
What with him not wanting to be eaten and all.
Wait a minute. She's saying, well, this is probably what they did, and this is probably, and I think they might have did this, but now she's saying, but with mine speak,
Jabi told her.
Jabi told her, yeah, we didn't have a good relationship with him.
Hey, you know something else I've noticed with the women, this comes up a lot. There's the male alpha, then there's the juvenile male, and then there's the female. This happened probably 3-4 times now that we've heard. And the woman, her mind speak and her engagement is only with the males, not with the female, and they're kind of dismissive or cold towards the female, or the female's cold towards them. And to me, that's a weird dynamic also. And she may be being groomed to be Jabi's son's mate. Scott says she's pulling this out of the air. It's simply making stuff up.
She sure is, especially
Could
this
be
part
that
right
too.
here.
Could definitely be that too. Wishful thinking.
Because this whole thing with the sign on the fence, well, it could be that. I'm not sure. Maybe he was disrespectful. I think he was this. And now she's coming up saying, yeah, the juvenile Bigfoot told me that, yeah, they didn't have a good rapport. They didn't have
even the names are funny. I can't remember the females, but it sounded otherworldly. And then Jabi, and then and Olaf.
And then Olaf.
What does it mean? Like
what?
Like there's always one random.
That's the adopted
common name.
That's the adopted one. That's the redheaded.
And Jennifer.
The redheaded stepchild, Olaf.
Made me snort. Cube says, "Oh, Joyce, that's terrible."
Yeah, about that land deal. Deborah, what?
Hey, Deborah. She came in a while ago. Deborah Mueller.
Oh, okay, Deborah.
JR says, Bigfoot don't get no respect.
Don't get no respect
at all. You look up ugly in the dictionary, you'll see Bigfoot's picture.
That's from Rodney Dangerfield.
Yeah. Rodney
Harry,
Dangerfoot.
Dangerfoot, yeah.
Graybeard says Harry and the Henderson syndrome. Yes.
It sure is.
Yes.
That's what it is.
RCP says that's a good point, lead tracker. These people project their own hopes and dreams onto things they don't understand.
They sure do. Yeah, and that's the Harry and the Henderson syndrome. Lead tracker E.
Sorry, that's okay. No problem. I got one crooked finger, and I text the wrong letter all the time. Elastic says, yes, the book put it all together. Where the cow-faced predators were, there were several cow pastures, probably at least 6 or 7 in that area alone. I always wondered because I thought there was only, and then you'll
And even if they don't eat
probably only one
the
time.
cows, they'll still go up and drink the blood.
Deborah Mueller says, Olaf, LOL. I know, it
Yeah,
struck me as so
that is
funny.
way out
Or
of
like, let it
proportion.
go, let it go. Wasn't that the snowman's name in that movie?
Yeah.
Elastic says, Dogman versus Bigfoot, but there's infinite in-betweens. Yes.
Yeah, and Dogman and
Just
Bigfoot, like
another variation of the
one
predator.
Bigfoot, one female can have a Dogman. It can have a Mothman. It can have a serpent-looking Bigfoot.
What's in its
Can
generations?
have a Bigfoot, all in one litter.
Yeah. Elastic says, hey, Deborah. And Cube says, demon names is all she's getting. She calls those names and summons the demons to her.
Yeah, she's open. She's a threshold, open
Wide
threshold.
open. She got that heart, throat chakra open too.
Yeah.
Proposing at this time, but I do know from hearing Mind Speak from Gibby, they did not have a good relationship with the previous owner. Not
She looks like she is, like Scott's saying,
Making
guessing,
some
pulling
things
it
up
out of
as
the
she goes
air,
along. Yeah.
and then she changes because now. So when people do that, they don't give the person time to fully think about what she just said because they try to change the subject real
Like
fast.
a psychic.
Yes, and she goes, now, watch.
Mind Speak from Gibby, they did not have a good relationship with the previous owner, not the flipper, but the one before that. Yeah, I've seen I've seen the footprints around your property. I've seen thumbprints, fingerprints, handprints types. There's a ton of evidence. Talk more about that. So,
A frozen meal at
We'll hold up. This
Okay.
is our book
We're
cover
gonna
for the gifters. There.
skip over this.
Tapping on the window. Inspired by Angie.
seen the footprints around your property. I've seen thumbprints, fingerprints, handprints types. There's a ton of evidence. Talk more about that. So when they leave, and it's always the back door. When I first moved in there.
Tracker B will tell you also they come up to that back door, back of the house in the dark area.
I did not have any kind of ring doorbell or motion lights out there.
So
I have
she's
since
gotten
put
all
them up.
that since
I
then.
put them up on the front and on the back, and then I have a small, and I put motion lights on the garage, both ends of the garage. I didn't put it on the south side of the house, or is it the south side? Yeah, there's a little tiny one on the south side of the house, and then the north side has nothing, and the north side faces the field.
So if she's not afraid of anything, what's she doing all that for?
She put up some lights all over the place.
And got a
Motion
ring cam,
detector,
doorbell ring
a
cam.
ring cam.
She's more afraid than she admits, but she's also invested.
Yep, she is
It's exciting
scared.
to her.
She's scared. She knows these things are coming up to her door.
She wants to be the one to control these things.
Not looking over the fence. These things are at her door, leaving fingerprints and footprints at her window.
So they are free to come and go as they wish.
Because she also doesn't want to make them mad by keeping them.
She's letting them have a place to keep coming in to where she's at. She don't want to make them mad.
From those sides, but I have seen the lights, the outside lights go on, so that could be deer, or that could be raccoons, or it could be the Bigfoot.
I'm glad at least she said, or it could be the Bigfoots. But deer and raccoon, they will go up to that light because the Bigfoots don't like the light. But these Bigfoots will set it off too because they're maneuvering, trying to get to the best location to see if they can look in a window or if this woman can come out if they tap on the window.
But I don't think the lights bother them that much that they're not gonna come around that way and avoid those lights. I don't think they're bright enough to deter them from doing that.
Okay.
They will deter them if you keep setting them off and put motion cameras up, cams and things like that. It's not to catch an image of them, it's to deter them. That's what we use the lights for, to deter them, not to capture them on camera or anything. It's they see that infrared, they see that night vision, and they don't want to be exposed. They don't want an actual photo of them because when people actually see what they really look like, they're not Harry and the Hendersons.
They're not charmed.
They're not charmed.
What I loved is how your woodpile was partially moved.
Yes.
From one spot to another spot. And you've got to have hands to do that.
Correct.
And a train of thought to do that. To me, it was almost like you say the young one's name is Olaf.
Yes.
I wonder if he was, in his own frame of mind, helping you, moving
That's
it closer
exactly what
to
I
the
thought.
house.
Yes, he would help.
We talk about in the book that wood piles are ambush spots. One of the places that we went to where a woman's being stalked and they're all up on her roof and just all kinds of stuff going on. There was a wood pile there and we got a live stream of it back somewhere in videos. But anyway, there was a wood pile that she was always very uncomfortable around, and we just noticed that, like we teach in the book, a wood pile, it's a place you have a habit of going to, and it's a perfect blind, perfect ambush spot. Wood piles, wood sheds, there's a full comprehensive list in the book. So behind this wood pile was an old log that had that Jerry said one day, when we were tracking there, we need to flip that over and check underneath it because the log also had a little hole in it. And when we flipped it over, it opened like a coffin lid, and then there was a place for a predator to lay inside of there. And one of the things that happened while we were there is that a Bigfoot got a hold of a raccoon, squished it flat. This is disgusting, but they will remove the insides out the back end. As they squish it flat, they will eat what's coming out of the back end. And they laid it over there. They drug it and laid it or smeared it really and laid it over there. There's a narrow space between that wood pile and a little, was that the well house right there? Or yeah, and the well house, and then a small fence behind the wood pile, and then that log was on the back side of that. But they made a show of putting that thing right exactly where we would see it. And
we have one of our trackers also that just gave us a report that their dog had died, and they had a feeling that it was a predator Bigfoot that had killed it. So they took it to the autopsy, and we named off a whole bunch of things, what to look for: puncture wounds, broken neck, broken spine. But what we forgot to tell her was about that's in the book. Where's our book?
right here.
Oh, sorry. I think it was on communications.
Give us just a second. Communications is 77.
Oh, that's a Bigfoot Symphony.
Ambush areas and bows is 124.
Where's my phone? Oh, we're using it. Maybe I'll put it up. No.
Blinds and hides is 127.
Oh, it's on page 129. That's under blinds and hides.
And it said, we'll read this one paragraph. It's towards the bottom. We found one particularly interesting ambush blind under a large log at a home in Oklahoma. It was mere feet behind a fence, or in front of a fence, really, which was directly behind the homeowner's woodpile. We had tracked a blood trail to the fence and found a dead raccoon that was squished flat and had all of its soft tissues removed through its anus. It was a gruesome sight. There's more, but
and that's what we're talking about. That the tracker has sent that to us, and the autopsy came back, and it freaked the doctor out. It freaked the veterinarian out because it had a broken neck, and all the soft tissue was gone from the inside, but it was through the rear end is where and it freaked the doctor out. It freaked the veterinarian out because she'd never seen that before.
Did she say if the blood was gone too? I don't remember. A lot of times the blood will be missing also.
Yeah, but we sent that. We found that also back in the book, and so we sent that to the tracker for the tracker to show that to the doctor or the veterinarian that this is not something new. This is a pattern. These things do this. And so like right now with this woman here, the wood pile was moved. So she don't know who moved the wood pile. But now this guy is saying, well, that was Olaf. Olaf did that. She goes, you know, you're right. That was Olaf.
They wanted to help her.
They wanted to help her.
They're just moving the wood pile closer to the home. Well, what would you do with a blind? They're moving their blinds closer and closer to the home. Open your eyes, people. But look at them smiling. So
he just said, I've got it. Olaf moved it for you. And the woman is saying, you're right. Olaf moved it for me. That's what I was thinking. It was exactly that one predator that did that for me.
There's not. I mean, you've got to have hands to do that.
Correct.
And a train of thought to do that. To me, it was almost like you say the young one's name is Olaf.
Yes.
I wonder if he was, you know, in his own frame of mind, helping you, moving it closer to the house.
Yes, he was helping.
Listen to that. She said, that's exactly what it was. And I was thinking.
He was, you know, in his own frame of mind, helping you, moving it closer to the house.
Yes, he was helping. And that was one of the first things that she did, activity-wise, with me, was move those, I think it was 6 logs from one side of the back part of my property that borders the woods, and it borders the part of my property where there's a steel building, and I call it Olaf's playground or Olaf's art room, because that is where I get a lot of his structures, his artwork, his
artwork, his blinds.
Those are called blinds. Those are called hunting blinds. They're getting closer to you. And if anybody knows, if you got these things around your house, you're going to see these structures and blinds start appearing in strategic areas to where they can come up at night.
Sticking sticks here, sticking sticks there. That is where I have my gifting site. Which the gifting site, I leave toys because I thought he would love to play with the toys.
Sure.
The predator don't want toys. The predator wants meat.
They don't want anything that's also going to expose where they are.
And they're also cautious about those handprints and leaving things like that.
Now, when they do use toys, they're pulling children's toys closer into the wood line so that the child at the edge of the wood line, so that the child will go to the wood line to retrieve their toy or their bike or their ball.
They use them. They don't play with them.
And he has never touched the toys. They've been moved, but he's never taken them anywhere or really taken them off of the blankets.
She doesn't have any children.
On holidays only, I will leave food out there.
Awesome.
That's a good point. She doesn't have children.
To lure into the wood line.
There's no reason to move those toys to the wood line.
And so now on holidays only, she leaves them food because she doesn't want to gift all the time. So she can do it only on holidays. Well, can you think of a month that doesn't have some kind of holiday?
And even we did a watching Wednesday before where the experienced 50-something-year-old veteran or researcher said that he gifts, but they started banging on his house. And then next he said, don't gift them all the time.
Yeah. So they still want to do it, but they think here or there, but that
They still
doesn't
have to because they don't want the retribution.
Yeah.
I don't want, in the beginning, when I thought that I would start gifting the food, I didn't want to get stuck in that I have to feed you every day. If I don't feed you every day, you're going to get mad.
Right, right.
Because that's what happened.
And you know that happened. Let's catch up real fast.
RCP says, I seen that's so Michigan. I grew up in Michigan. I figured you were from the north when you said you guys.
Yeah.
And Joyce is also from Michigan, Upper
Yeah.
Peninsula. SMA says she's got to stop following the channel she's following and look into what they are deeper. Yes.
Yeah.
RCP
never
says,
mind.
cool, Joyce, I grew up near Grand Rapids. Elastic says, I doubt she has any deer or raccoons left in her area. Scott says, I think she's lying, and the truth is she's living in fear. Yes.
That's what we think so
Yep,
too. She's
yep.
just
And
trying
at the same time, you know, like some people are adrenaline junkies, or look, I even knew a demonized girl that didn't fully want to be exercised because she said, I don't know what I'll do. They've always been there. Who will I talk to? It was sad, you know, who will I talk to? She wasn't quite ready to give that up because it was still a connection with something and made her feel special. SMA says, Scott, she definitely is, but is people pleasing, I think, due to who she follows.
Yeah.
Yeah. Elastic says, so it sounds like they're using the wood pile to better set up a blind to use against her. And all the while she says they were just helping her. Wow, that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
And then his structures are behind that. Nightstar says, I got to go, guys and gals. I need to wake up early for work.
Okay.
Scott says, these are the beasts of the field talked about in Revelation. Exactly.
They sure are.
And that's also the reason some don't attack right now, because some of them are not allowed to right now unless God allows it. Cube says, I think so too, Scott. Beasts of the field, yes. Joy says, I believe so too, Scott, and so do we. Cube says, I wonder if these Bigfoot supporters believe in human predators. Oh yeah, they think humans are rotten. Elastic says, watching these makes me go gray quicker. Olaf isn't a child. He's a literal monster becoming more deadly each day. Yes, and she even says at some point in here that he's about her size.
Yeah, so that's no little thing.
And that was my mindset, because in the beginning, the only information that I was getting about the Bigfoot were bad encounters.
Okay.
That's all basically that was on the internet, were bad encounters.
Okay.
So that first 2 months, I was terrified that I was going to get maimed or murdered, or they were going to run me out of my house. I just paid for this house. Where am I going to move?
Right.
You know, that.
So she's trapped there. And so it's easier to be in denial.
It's
and also
easier 'cause she can't,
has been warned.
And also you're going to hear from anyone who's a gifter, anyone who's having encounters with these things coming up to the house. And we've heard this, and it's in the documentary too, of people saying these things could take me at any time they want to take me. And so they appease, they do whatever they can so that doesn't happen. If you need food, I'll feed you every day. If you want to do this and do that, you're more than welcome. Run through the yard, play in the trees. I don't care. I will not offend you, disrespect you whatsoever.
And look, there are serial killers who people will say he was the nicest guy. They weren't killing everybody. There are pedos that abuse only certain victims and not others. There are cannibals that only eat certain people and not everyone around them. And people are always like just shocked. I just never would have guessed it.
Mm-hmm.
JR says the Bigfoot will next be helping her wash the dishes after he has her for dinner. Yep.
Yeah, sure will.
Cube says after she buys the ketchup for the Bigfoot, JR, I'm sure. Yep.
Type of thing. And then I finally realized, wait a minute. They've had hundreds of chances to harm me, and they.
But they're opportunists. They're calculative. They're
She's
strategic.
food in the pantry later.
Yeah.
But right now she's useful. She's gifting
She's
them.
useful.
She's given them someone to mimic and study how humans work. She's, you know.
She's giving them the run of the place, any kind of food they want.
I've done nothing.
Right, right.
They got a good
Nothing.
gig there.
And the encounters that I have had have been fine.
Yeah.
Other than when she was, you know, scared.
And terrified and slapping on your house and you know, startling you and freaking you out. You just said all that, and now you're saying they've all been good.
Mm-hmm.
You're lying to yourself right
Yeah.
now.
Hey, we got 31 people in here. It would be so lovely to have 31 likes on this channel.
Let's see.
Um,
Lasting machinery
says watching these are make. Oh, okay, we
said
read that
that.
one.
Hey, Kelly's here.
Hey, Kelly.
Child of the Most High. And Kelly's also
Going to be in the next
new tracker course.
We're excited, Kelly. We were hoping you would.
All right.
Graybeard says, wait till the restraint is lifted. It's going to be ugly all over. Yes, we need that seal of God.
And we need to be prepared, ready, and know what's coming.
Yep. So we don't lose valuable freak out.
So she's had nothing but good encounters, even though she's been freaked out, scared, banging on the house.
Had to get lights, had to get doorbell cams,
pebbles on her window, lighting the
tapping
place
on the
up.
window. It scares her, and yet she's addicted to it.
Oh my goodness.
And I like they've been in your garage. I like that aspect.
He likes that.
Yes, I leave the door open now for them to go in the garage, although they do not need the door. They can zap in and zap out.
Like demons.
Just like demons.
But she leaves the door open for him. That's sweet.
Doors are open.
Yeah.
Thresholds are open to her mind, to her soul.
Talk about that in the book.
And also we talk about securing your home on page 162 and translucent viewing, because these things will, like in the book, when we talk about people bring their groceries in, a lot of time people will leave that door open or the car door open, and or sometimes leave their windows open, and these Bigfoots will crawl in that window because it's an open door, it's free to get in. They'll leave that door open, bringing groceries in and out, even if it's for a little while. Being in that translucent stage, they can pass right past people, and they have. Then the children have things in their closets. They're seeing things on the wall. Things are moving in the house. People are starting to think it's ghosts, but these things are predators in that translucent form. Some people call them shadow people. They can climb like spiders, so they will be on the ceiling, blend into the wall.
Hiding in the dark areas, the clutter areas.
Underneath the bed, in the attic, wherever
they come in all shapes, sizes, and forms.
Olaf, the little one, has told me I've come home from work, opened my door up, and I smelled them in my house.
Now they're in your house. You're leaving doors open. Now they're in your home.
Oh, just they're being silly.
But they're just being playful.
Yeah.
Curious.
Okay.
And I said, Olaf, have you been in here? And he said, yes, I did a zap in.
Okay.
He said, I did not.
Boy, they got some good words.
Zap in, they do. What a vocabulary.
And they talk. Yes, I did. I zapped in. I zapped
Last
out.
Tuesday about 3:30.
3:30.
Yeah.
I got some peanut butter and some sandwiches, some crackers.
I knew you wouldn't mind.
Glass of drink. I washed the dish. Don't worry about that.
Touch anything. I just zapped in and zapped out.
For no reason. I wasn't looking for your pets or
And while you
looking
weren't
at your
home,
bed and sniffing your sheets and
but it gave a whole big sentence is what she's saying. That
yeah.
he said, well, yes, I did. I zapped in, but I didn't stay long. I just kind of looked around and then I zapped out.
So she could smell them in the home when she comes home.
These things are in her home. They're in her home right now.
Which leads me to the question, they like watching TV, I hear.
Yes, absolutely. There is a spare bedroom that I have, and I don't
These Bigfoots have their own room now.
Yeah.
know if it was my idea or if it was my.
What?
Listen to this again.
Is a spare bedroom that I have, and I don't know if it was my idea or if it was mine put in my head, but
That is concerning. When you don't know if it's your own idea or a demon putting something in your head, you've got problems. You are deceived.
And if you're getting things in your head and you don't know where those things are coming from, these things are going to lead you right into a trap right when they want you.
I got the idea to, it's a spare bedroom, pull the shade up and put the TV on. So I do that about 7:30 at night, and I leave it run till like 10 or 10:30. One time I accidentally let it run all night long because I forgot about it,
Okay,
and they were in heaven
okay.
because they got to watch TV all night long, and I didn't turn it off on them. So
What was crazy about that is I had just heard, when you told me about that, I had just heard of another gentleman who used to leave a TV on, VHS tapes, in his garage with the garage door open, and they would come, and his group, his family would come and watch it as well.
So this is a researcher with thousands and thousands and thousands of people, and he's shocked that they watch TV. There's stories like that all over the place. And she's baiting them in. At the same time, she's scared of them. She's so lonely, she also likes them to be there.
Wow. Kelly of the Most High says, good evening, prayers, peace, love, and light to all.
To you too.
Everybody's saying hi to Kelly. Gabriel's saying, we
Yeah,
read
we
that
did
part.
that.
Okay.
We'll go down. Go to RCP.
Oh, RCP, okay.
Says this interviewer is like that fake psychic y'all exposed a few weeks back. It's like he's feeding off what she says and leading her further down the path. Yes, leading questions all over the place.
He's giving
Absolutely
her the answers.
right. S. Coop says, hey all, new here, stumbled upon this in my feed. I have learned more about this in my little time here about these things than I have in all my life. Creepy. That's awesome,
wow.
S. Coop. Glad you're here.
That's awesome
Welcome.
news.
Graybeard says demon. Yes. Scott says hogwash. It's both. It's both, Graybeard. It's both, Scott. It's there is absolutely demons involved in this, and they're feeding on her desire for connection, and she's feeding into it.
Yeah, and all the things that she talked about is hogwash, though, as far as.
Tracker Lorna says, oh my, she certainly needs help. Yes, and she's got her own channel to teach other people how to do this.
Yeah.
Joyce, and we don't want anybody bothering her or messing with her.
Tell her to
But
get the
we
book.
also don't want people following her.
Yeah.
And doing these things. Graybeard says, bet they watch The View.
I bet they do. I bet they do. Everybody saying hi to S. Coop. All right. Good to meet you, S. Coop.
Okay.
I had just heard that a week or two ago, and then you told me, and like, oh my goodness, there's another dot connected.
yeah, if you think about it,
He's only got 2 dots.
Structure. They have a very set routine.
Okay.
But they will adapt.
Okay.
They're adaptable.
Habits, routines, and schedules. That's on page 158. They're studying you, Susan, Janice, whoever she is.
Yeah, Angie.
They're studying you. They're waiting for that opportunity. They know when you're coming home. They know when you went to work. They know when you go to sleep.
Yeah.
They know what room you sleep in. They
You're
know
the
how
one with the routine.
you're the one with the routine that they're working with. Now, if you change that up, there's going to be a little chaos.
Because they also got to watch the neighbors down the street and all the, the other people that they watch. You're not the only one. Don't flatter yourself. But they need everybody on their proper routine so they can stalk properly.
Yeah, every one of them's got a watcher. So when the rest of them are walking through, whatever, everyone knows where everyone's at. You're all accounted for. And your habit, routine, and schedule
You're predictable.
makes you easy prey. So now they know what time you go to sleep, what time you eat, what room you go to, do you
Where
watch
sleep.
TV,
Yeah.
what time you let your cats out, everything.
Yeah.
I have something that disrupts my routine, and for whatever reason disrupts them.
Oh, huh. I wonder what that reason is.
That's because you're off your routine. That disrupts them because now they have to like, wait, whoa, she's not going to work today.
Now we can't sneak in her house.
Now we can't go inside her house and get something. Now we can't eat the neighbor's cat or the neighbor's dog that the flyer up down the road is saying that the neighbor's dog is missing. Now your routine schedule has changed. So they have to adjust to that because they don't want to cause an alarm. They don't want to be sitting on your front porch when you come home or when you're not supposed to.
They don't go ripping trees out of the ground and get mad about it.
Right.
They adapt, but they are a very structured people.
They're not a people.
They are not a people. Read our book. Look under the Spider Squatch DNA. Look at our playlist where we talk about the DNA. Go listen to Melba Ketchum, but listen to Melba Ketchum.
Listen to the way we teach you about what Melba Ketchum's interpretation is. She's not seeing things for what they are either.
Yeah, don't listen to her theory. Listen to what she's saying.
The actual words, yeah, not how she concluded it. Also, she says they adapt. She said they don't go ripping trees out of the ground. They adapt. Well, how did they adapt, Angie? What did they do that caused you to think that they needed to adapt? And how did you know that they were upset and had to adapt? There's more to that story too, but she's real shady on the details of when they're doing something she doesn't want people to know is negative.
Yeah, and she said that when something disrupts her routine, it disrupts them.
Yeah, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But how does she know that it disrupts them? What are they doing that lets her know that it disrupts them and they have to adapt? Kelly's welcoming S. Coop to this channel, and Kelly, you're a blessing too. S. Coop says, I leave the door open for small bits of time when I bring groceries in. Most of us have. I work late sometimes doing deliveries. I'm stepping up my self-awareness. Something that we started doing is grabbing a wagon, putting it all in there at once and pulling it into the house in one shot.
We're putting everything right next to the door and then opening the door and putting everything in. Same way when we're leaving, we want to put everything right next to the door before if we've got to travel with bags, we'll open the door, put everything outside the door, not coming in and out. And like you're saying, and we talked about that earlier, that people do that. They leave that door open, bringing groceries in, and you may think it's only for a short time, but while your back is turned, they're coming in.
And while your car door, and take a minute and close your car door.
Yeah.
Too. As Coop says, thank you so much for the welcomes. Joyce says there's some serial killers in the penitentiary would love a spare room at her house. Yeah, they sure would.
They sure would.
They sure would.
They'd be doing exactly the same thing these things are doing.
Elastic says, because Bigfoot understands onomatopoeia, zap, crunch, rip.
Yeah.
As Coop says, thank you, Graybeard. She's thanking everyone for the welcomes. Go down. Kelly says, this book is amazing and the best information. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly, so much.
S. Coop says the veil is dropping so fast. We're seeing things that we've not seen before, things that have always been there. There is always someone home here, but my daughter is young and rarely leaves. Yeah, you're right that the veil is definitely thinning or lifting or dropping, but people are seeing more. And the book will also teach you ways that you can speed up being able to see. Bob says, Olaf, oh, laugh. The Bigfoot are having a laugh at this easy meal. She will be Olaf's first kill or first mate.
Exactly, or first mate, or both.
Then both, yeah. Good one, Bob.
But good seeing you, Bob. Glad you're here.
S. Coop says they may think nobody is here. Gosh, this is really eye-opening. Good. Good. We just want everybody to be informed. S. Coop says that is a great idea. I have a wagon I use for customers. I should use it here at home too.
We do,
Yeah.
especially if we have a lot to bring in.
Also do the same thing over and over and over. So I imagine they get bored. So watching TV would release some of that boredom.
Oh, sure.
Plus it's entertaining. Now, whether they can hear the TV, I'm not sure.
Look, these things don't get bored. They're all about survival.
All about food.
They're learning and eating. And they're learning so that they can eat.
Yeah, they're studying you so they can eat. They're looking at your cat
Not
so they
bored.
can eat.
And Scott would say, yes, exactly, I imagine.
Yeah,
They get bored. She's projecting these human things onto these non-human things.
And she's saying, I'm thinking, I believe.
So
Low volume. And I started out with SpongeBob SquarePants, and then Olaf got bored with that.
Okay.
They don't want to see a cartoon.
They don't want to see cartoons.
They want to watch humans so they can mimic them.
They want to learn from the humans how they can get their prey, how to act like a human to attract, to not cause a fearful kind of emotion. They want you to have a false sense of security so that you gift them, so that you come out to the woods by yourself. Oh.
Got it.
Give us a second here. We'll get past this intrusive.
Everything's opposite when I hold this.
Okay.
Done. Right. That part of it. Sure. I have it on a low volume. And I started out with SpongeBob SquarePants, and then Olaf got bored with that.
Okay.
And bored is the only word that I can describe.
They want to see people.
Was done.
Right.
How did he indicate that, Angie? How did he let you know he was bored?
How did he let you know?
It onto the Comedy Channel with the old I Love Lucy type TV shows, and it's been on there for about a month.
Right. So,
and they seem to like that.
So with everything said, the people at home are going to be like, well, how do you know they're watching TV? Well,
because of the mind speak, and because there are indentations in the mulch.
Yeah, and you saw.
That's not the only window that's going to have indentations. Your kitchen, your living room, your bedroom, wherever you are, they're going to be at that window.
Hold on.
Yes, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yes,
you actually saw him looking in the window.
Yes, I leave that door shut because of the cat. I don't want the cat getting in there.
Because what? Because why?
Because you don't want them.
You're afraid something's going to get that cat?
Looking at your cat because that's food.
And when I go to turn the TV off, I'll say, coming in, and I turn the knob. And when I turn the knob and open the door, there was a figure about my size standing outside the window. It was Olaf. We left.
The little toddler, her size, standing on the ground looking in the window, and she won't even enter a room in her own home without announcing herself to this predator that she's not sure can even hear the volume on the phone, on the TV. She said, I keep it low. I don't even know if they can hear it. Yes, they can hear it.
Either her
And
house
she
is real
announces-
low to the ground
I don't know.
because she doesn't look like a 7-foot woman.
No.
And if this thing was looking in her window, I don't think it was her size. I
don't
think
know
it
what
was
kind of
bigger than her
house.
size.
Yeah, yeah. But she's calling it between 3 and 6 years old and acting like it's a toddler.
A 1-foot Bigfoot could tear her up.
Oh yeah, I mean her cat could
cat
tear
could
her
tear
up if it
her
wanted
up.
to.
Cat can tear anybody.
That's
Anybody
probably what
got with
Olaf.
a mad cat or a wild cat, they will claw, rip, bite, hind legs, everything. They will
Rip
tear
it
a person
apart.
up.
Eyes, and then he slowly turned, and by the time I got to the window, he was either crouched down so I couldn't see him, or he was gone.
Okay.
I'm not sure which one that was, but yes, that is one of my sightings. And I've seen him 3 times, and the first time was in a field. And I came home from work, opened up the door, did my stuff, grabbed my phone, came outside, saw something sitting in the field, and I thought, oh, that must be a turkey or a big bird or something. Well, when I got closer, it was a lot larger than a big bird, and it was sitting squatted like a gorilla would sit. So I was worried because I had just read about the coyotes and how they set you up and then they attack you.
Okay.
You know, they use one as a decoy and then they attack you. So I was thinking that maybe if this was a Bigfoot, the other Bigfoot were around, and if I were to walk up to it, I would be, you know,
Right.
dumped on or whatever. Now,
Correct, but you love them and they love you, and you're their family and they're your family.
Let me catch up real fast here. Cubinator says she's contradicting herself,
All over the place.
and I think she's projecting a confident contactee front. So
Yeah,
the interviewer thinks she is so special.
yeah.
You're right. Graybeard said she is special, all right. S. Coop says, I live and deliver in rural farmland, Minnesota. You think they might be out in the woods, or might be out in the woods here? I'm going to start operating accordingly. Yes. Kelly says, I agree. And Joyce, who is a tracker, says, Coop, they are everywhere. Kelly the Most High says, Coop, the book which I carry with me, answered every question I had with what was, or with what I was experiencing. Elastic Machinery said, this is maddening. You're right. Kelly says, this is dangerous. Sure is. Graber said, with friends like that, you are right. And Warchi says, please, somebody hurry up and get the dunce hat for the special ribeye. You're right. This woman is a walking meal, just waiting. Somebody just waiting for the opportunity.
it's in the beginning. So I looked and I just watched him, and I did have my phone. I did not have my phone on. I watched him as he did. I stayed at the edge of the field, and I watched him as he did the gorilla scoot.
Okay.
And that's when I realized, okay, that is what I am looking at, because when you see them, they're not supposed to exist.
Right.
They're not supposed to exist. So you question, what are you seeing? Well, there are no bears in my area. I'm in Macomb. I
Exactly.
don't have any bears.
Macomb County. Yeah.
Yes. So he did the gorilla scoot. I put my phone in my pocket and I went back in the house because I wasn't going to mess with anybody's child.
Right.
And
Because you were scared,
I would
Angie.
say it's because you were scared.
And we're glad. I mean, you should have been doing exactly what you did, which is go inside.
She didn't have the
But you've
thought
been
of
saying you're not scared and you
this
love
is
them.
an ambush.
She
So
knows what's up. She
knows. She said, I'm being set up.
She knows she's lying to herself.
didn't want any repercussions from that. Plus, it's just not right. You leave the little ones alone.
Yep. And with that in mind, so you've seen Olaf multiple times.
Yes.
What are some of your other sightings?
Some of the other ones I had asked earlier on, when I was having mine speak with the father, whose name is Jabi. He had said, out of a little bit of frustration with me, oh, do you just want to see me? And I was like, no, I'm not ready to see you. No, I know you're here. That's no. So,
Okay, how do you know he's frustrated? And they're so loving and kind. And also, why did you say no if they're so wonderful?
If this is
Angie.
your friend,
I just left that. And then months later, I said, okay, Jimmy, I am ready for you to show me. And he said he would. In my mind, I was thinking that I was going to have an encounter this close,
Okay.
or maybe even to the grass close. So I was preparing myself for that, if you can prepare yourself for something that close,
Sure.
because they are so large. And when I do have that kind of an encounter, it still is going to make me nervous, even though I am having this much interaction with the family and the
Good
daily
relationship.
throwing the pebbles and the sugar gum seed pods at my house.
so they're still doing this.
And it still scares her.
Still trying to get her to come outside. Tracker Lorna says, I could never watch her channel.
Mm-mm.
Kelly says, me either, Lorna. Me either.
Graybeard says, I know what you mean, Lorna. I couldn't stand the show with the false ESP person, had to bail.
Yeah. That's why now you realize we can't really watch this stuff unless
It does help us to watch it with y'all.
Yeah. As a training
Knowing
tool.
that we're getting ready to watch.
As a training
for
tool,
this,
we could do this, but
yeah,
normally we'd be like, these people
definitely
just,
not for entertainment. And definitely not to learn.
as Coop says, she needs to get this book. All right.
Good. And yes, we agree. Graybeard says, yes, as Coop, it has a lot of info. Thank you, Graybeard. RCP says, dang, Macomb County is just north of Detroit.
Yeah.
Graybeard says, real info, not psychobabble. Yes. JR says, next she'll leave a TV remote control outside for Olaf.
Yeah.
Kelly says she's going to have an encounter, all right. Yeah.
She sure is.
Cube says, interaction with the family, a hunting troop of predator Bigfoots. Yes.
Exactly. That's a whole
Remember
group.
she talked about how kind and funny and these are my family and this and that, but yet she wants them at arm's length.
One is bad
She's
enough.
not completely stupid. She's just.
But a group of these things.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're all hungry.
Mm-hmm.
It's still, I don't think you can prepare yourself for that, even with all this interaction, especially with them being that high vibe also.
Yeah.
You know, how is their energy going to affect me? So that's what I was thinking was going to happen. And I was on my way home from work, and I always spot.
Where she says she's the kind of person that would tell you to go ahead and stick your finger in the electrical system or electrical outlet. It won't hurt you.
Yep. Yep.
She would.
But she ain't gonna stick her finger fully in.
Yeah, she's not going to, but she will suggest it.
That you do. She'll open the channel and advise others to.
And Kim says her first, War Chief.
The field and the tree lines. I'm always looking, because once you start having these encounters, that's what you do. You start looking, oh, I wonder if they're there. I wonder, ooh, look at that tree structure going on there. So
I thought it was
what I
artwork.
saw on the way home from work, and again, this is a busy road, and it was a forested area with a field, and along the tree line, I saw a large black figure slowly walking the tree line.
Okay.
So you can chalk that up to somebody in a gray suit or whatever, but this person, this
Monster.
species was
Predator?
large and it was on 2 feet.
Just too big to be a human.
Yes, too big, and it was not a tree because it was moving down the tree line.
Awesome.
So when I got home,
No,
I
it's not
asked
awesome.
Jibby, was that you? And he said, yes.
Yeah, that was me.
That was me.
That was me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kelly says how they're going to affect her. She's going to be saying, oh no, something is really wrong here. Yeah, like that. Who was it? That the Satanist that as he was dying, he said that, oh no, something's dreadfully wrong or something's wrong. Yeah. Elastic says she's going to have an encounter that leads to 9 months of brooding or however long that takes.
Yep, that too. Yep.
So that was the first and the only time that I've seen him yet.
Okay.
We
Yes.
know, Elastic.
And then, like, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, last week, I was mowing the property and there's a deer path back there. And that is part of the woods that I am told don't go in.
Mm.
It's the only part of the woods that they don't want in there.
Okay.
So in this deer path, I saw this large black shape laying on the ground. And I thought, oh, what was that? Excuse me. Well, when I'm mowing back there, I always wave and I always say hi, and it's just what I do. So I looked and I came around and it was still there and it was still on the ground. So I thought, that's gotta be, it's too small for Jabi and it's too small for Nima, so it's got to be Olaf. So I was thinking that it was him at the time.
She's thinking there's still only 3.
Yeah.
And just in some of her photos, there's multiple just in her tree line that she's not able to see or comprehend.
And she's told she can't go in a certain area, but they're up in her house. Or she's, gets the sense, is scared to go in that area.
They're all over the place there, and she's thinking there's only 3 there.
Well, she's got the whole community that lives across the street that never cross over into there, right? She got like 30, she said altogether.
They don't come across the street though.
Yeah, no. Never even for that one to see her mom, never for Jennifer to come see her mama.
Mm-hmm. Somebody says Aleister Crowley.
That was
Crawley.
it. That was it. Yeah.
Famous last words, Graybeard says.
Bob says all these Bigfoot lovers have childish, simple minds. Todd Standing invited me into his group a few weeks ago. I'm on a kamikaze education mission there. How far will I get before getting kicked out?
Hey, there you
go, Bob. We actually have a friend that we will not track with anymore because she was very foolish. She didn't listen to the things we were telling her. But anyway, she went with him and he encourages women to pee in areas that, he uses women like bait. Yeah. He's a fool. And he got himself hurt. Like we talk about the land spikes. We've talked about that before. And that happened to him. He just, okay. War Chief says illusions of grandeur will be her epitaph. Yes.
Yeah. Good.
If they find her body.
Yeah.
Cube says Aleister Crowley. Yeah, that's him, SMA mommy. Kelly says Anthony LaVey. Oh, okay. Well, now I don't remember which one.
Uh-oh.
But one of the two. Or Anton LaVey. Yeah. Cube says, unfortunately, Bob, once they know you're not on board on their bus,
short bus,
you'll be kicked out the door. Yeah. Graybeard says, Bob, maybe predict some activity or patterns correctly and such to show you know what you're saying is right first, then begin teaching. More flies with honey approach. That's a good idea, Graybeard.
Yeah. Act like you,
Because these
act like they
people-
know something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then the next day I went to check just to make sure, because you want to verify what you're seeing.
Sure.
You don't always want to just see something and assume. I like to find, I don't know if you would call it,
Ask to
I
be.
like to debunk before I try and believe something just at first hand.
Sure.
So I went back at the same time and looked in that path, and that large black shape was not there.
Okay, and I've seen that
No.
spot. I mean, there's no doubt you're going to notice, and it's not far away. I mean, it's
Correct.
within just a few yards, and so you're going to know if something there or not. So,
Yeah, so
wow, awesome. Let's run through once again the names, because like I'm trying to remember all the names of the different Sasquatch, and then you even have what you believe is a dog man in
Yes.
the area. So what are, so you've got Olaf is the young one,
Olaf is the young one.
and then Jabi is the father.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And Nima is the mother. And
I just love the names she gave these things.
Nima is opposite, is amen backwards, by the way.
And don't you think that if you was a powerful predator, you would have a different name than Olaf or Nima or what's the name? I don't know what their names are.
Olaf
Jabi.
means ancestors, descendants.
Okay.
Jabi means prayer, beautiful. I believe this is a nickname because Nima called him Jabi, and I think it was like a pet name.
Oh.
Because I was like,
She thinks. Oh, and people say that you just know she's guessing herself.
teasing him. Oh, Jabir, and it's like, stop it. So I don't think that was his real name. I think that was like a pet name, like you would call your significant other.
Okay, honey, right.
Whatever.
So then why are you
And
calling him
I
now?
can't.
Yep. And I thought the word Bigfoot was offensive to all of them.
Right, right,
How come they haven't brought that up to you?
right.
Not remember. I have it wrote down in my notebook. I don't remember what Nima's name is. But
You shouldn't give a
interesting enough,
crap about Nima.
Nima's
because
not.
Nima's, she's got romanticized feelings towards these.
Towards the
males.
males, yeah. The females aren't communicating with her. It's the males who want to breed and eat.
one of the first encounter mind speaks that I had with Olaf, who is the main one, him and Jabi are the main ones that I mind speak.
The males are the
Mhm.
main ones that
It
she mind
happens over
speaks
and over
with.
with these women.
Yeah.
With was him saying Hungary.
He's saying hungry. Oh my goodness. Hungary.
Hungary. Friend good.
Friend
Tastes
good.
good.
Friend? Your friend. Friend. Hungary.
Hungary. And she just somehow knew that Jabi means, wait, she said 3 different things. It means like sanctuary, it means love, and it means prayer. Those are 3 separate things.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, sure is.
Hungary.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I'm not feeding you, go forage in the forest.
Right.
This was before I left the gifts out at holidays only. I said, go forage in the forest. So it
Okay.
kept happening.
So this was when she was
Hunger.
gifting him regularly. And then she realized when he's saying hungry, she shouldn't be doing it regularly. So now she's trying to back off and say, well, I'm only going to do it on holidays. And they're like, okay, when Valentine's or Veterans Day or, Let's see. Graybeard says, I think the whole BFT shtick is an attempt to be special, and they think since it's an unknown, no one can call them on their BS. Yes.
Yeah, they all feel special for some reason.
Cube says, Bob, I think they need the delusion that they're harmless and so they can feel safe around them. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Joyce says, I agree. Graybeard. Graybeard says, hungry, LOL.
Yeah, Graybeard also says.
Oh, Tafulium.
I want to Tafulium.
War Chief says, I wonder if she would tie T-bone stakes around her neck and waist while walking out in the bush if she trusts a predator Bigfoot as much as she says she does. I wonder too.
That would be
only on holidays, War Chief.
On holidays.
Kelly says Jabi in Hebrew means sorrowful and born in pain. Interesting.
Uh-oh.
Cube says it looks that way, War Chief. Seriously, she is so far off.
Yeah, she is. She's way off.
Elastic says Anton LaVey is the one who supposedly said something wrong, like he made a mistake on his deathbed. There's another story where a Christian prayed for his death while he was astral projecting. How can a Christian be astral projecting? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Joy says, I hope she gives them a calendar so they know when to get their gifts.
This is when you get them.
They've been in her house. They checked out the calendar.
This is how you bake a cake with this ingredient.
And I'm like, why is he saying hungry like that? That's weird. So then I looked up the word Hungary, like the country, and it means people that conquered the land.
Oh my.
Oh
okay,
my.
so well, if that is true,
oh my.
Listen to that definition. Yeah.
Listen, look at her. It's like, oh my.
If it's false, it's a lie, and if it's true, people who conquered the land.
Yeah. And look at how she's like, yeah. No.
Wow. So he was able to, he was telling me, he was teaching me about his people.
Yeah, they have.
He was teaching you that they're from Hungary.
Yeah.
They're from
people who
the
what
Hungarians
who
he's Hungarian.
Who conquered the land.
Yeah, they're Hungarians who conquered this land. And that's why this place is called Hungary now.
Conquered the land. They know how to survive. You know?
They do know how to survive.
Yeah,
and I have told them
people and pets and wildlife.
I couldn't survive out here. I don't.
Well, if you are the alpha predator.
They'll teach you.
You do eat everything that moves, including people.
I think I could do what you guys do, but yet, if something happens and stuff goes south, the woods are the first place I'm heading. I'm not heading to the abandoned buildings. I'm going in the woods.
Well, they got a little spot waiting for you.
They do.
But you're gonna have to deal with Nima.
Yep. Or Poco.
She's gonna be a kind of a scary mother-in-law.
Or all those 9,000
and
other
she
ones
ain't
out
sister
there.
wifing. She ain't into you, Angie.
She ain't into that sharing stuff.
Let's talk about the Dogman, because Dogman is a creature that
and Dogmans, like we said, can be birthed from a Bigfoot who had a Mothman, who had reptilian looking litter.
Canine DNA.
It's just whatever they're eating, whatever comes out.
Heard mostly or 99% of the time that they are evil, they are mean, but you've got.
She's shaking her head like, no.
She said, no, no. That's just.
But how many reports have you hearing these dogmen ripping people apart? The LBL, those areas.
Yeah.
Texas. You got the hyena-looking ones there too.
Yeah. The werewolf.
I think Josh Turner had some stories about him.
I have a lot of stories about him.
Ella has.
Land. Yeah.
Lee Tracker E has a whole bunch of stories about him.
All in Polk County, Texas.
And this woman shaking her head like, no.
Yeah, no, they're misunderstood.
Yeah, they're the kind ones. They're all good.
A different angle.
I do have a different angle. And
You got an angle,
Again,
all right.
You got an angle, all right.
you hear that the Bigfoot are mean too, but you have to go by your own experience.
Your own encounter with your own Sasquatch
Yes.
family or individuals.
Yes, and misjudging, this is what they taught me about misjudging their.
How about you learn from God and the Bible about these things?
And listen
in our
to the
book.
people who's been attacked.
Yeah.
Talk to the survivors.
Yeah, you know the ones that you heard at first that were trying to tell you that they eat people, and then you dismissed all that.
Oh my goodness.
I misjudged them based on what I heard.
Yeah.
The same is
By the
true
victims.
with the dog man. When I take the pictures in the back, I catch my small family of Bigfoot, among others, in the background in these pictures. I caught a dog man, and you can clearly see the snout.
Okay.
He's black also.
Caught a lot more than that one.
Hell no, I don't want no dog man. No. I don't want no dog man, no. Some of you guys got to get him out of here. Get him out of here. He's a
Mine speaking, telling them to get rid of their brother or
You
their
racist.
offspring, sibling kind of thing. Let's catch up before it gets. Oh, okay. Everybody's laughing with Joyce about giving them a calendar.
SMA says always hungry.
Always hungry. They have that demon appetite. They're always hungry.
She says nice and warm in their belly.
Mm-hmm.
RCP says she gonna end up as Sasquatch droppings. Yes. Kelly says LOL lead tracker E. RC
She's
Joyce is laughing. War Chief says they'll want and take a side of potatoes and corn on the cob when they serve her up.
They sure will.
Elastic says while Anton was astral projecting into his daughter's body possession style, a group of Christians prayed to have his silver cord cut. I don't believe this, by the way, LOL. Wow, but that's pretty sick because that would leave him inside of his daughter?
Mm-hmm.
That was a weird response. Cube says, I have a picture of two dog-like creatures on Hunchback Hill, and notice the name. A 5-minute drive from my home, tracking area 2. Graybeard says, just respect them and their teddy bears. Yeah, it's just like cannibals and serial killers. Of course.
Yeah.
They're just misunderstood. Joy says, Elastic Machinery. I watched that pastor tell that story on YouTube.
Yeah, so far they're being it's the Bigfoots there and the dogmen are being disrespected and misunderstood.
Yeah, get him out of here. And I didn't hear anything.
Okay.
So over the winter, I believe it was January 4th, maybe. I'm not positive.
A holiday.
I know it was in January.
This past winter.
Yes.
Okay.
I heard shuffling on my roof. And I said, what are you guys doing up there? You're not supposed to be up
On your roof.
They came for food on the holiday.
It's holiday time. It's time to eat.
on the roof. Now, earlier in the day,
They
I
wanted to
had just told
celebrate the
Brian,
Constitution.
Of the 4th of January.
I thought she said
You
July 4th.
Oh.
now you have full run of the property. It's fine, just don't.
See? She gave them the full run of everything.
Sure.
She said, I ain't messing with y'all. Y'all have whatever y'all want. I don't care. I will feed y'all. You don't do that. So just something that you're not afraid of. If you're afraid, you're going to give them whatever they want.
Destroy stuff.
Yeah.
So I thought it was Olaf up there just messing around. And I'm like, that's enough, get down off the roof. Well, it continued until I went to bed.
Okay.
And then it stopped. I get up the next morning and there's snow on the ground. And between my back door and my garage are 2 sets of footprints.
Wow.
One
They came up to her back door on top of her house.
dogman and one Bigfoot.
Wow.
So they were up there not fighting. There was no fighting going on. There was no growling. They were just up there doing whatever, just messing around.
After you told them, don't be slapping the house, it scares you. These things are climbing on your house. You think it's the same ones. And the Bigfoots and the Dogman, the Mothman, Lizard Man, Rakes, you name it, Wendigo, Chupacabras, they all run together. They all feed together.
And these were bigger than my boots.
I saw the pictures. Oh boy.
They are juvenile prints.
Okay. And what
They
is
are not adults.
what's the name you have for the dog man?
This dog man that was on the roof is a juvenile. I don't have a name for him.
Okay.
I do have a name for the dog man that I am now interacting with.
Okay.
And his name is Ren.
Ren.
Ren. I think that's Ren and Stimpy. Let me catch up real fast. Let's see. Plastic Machinery saying, good to see you, War Chief. Everybody acknowledging War Chief. That's somebody, that's somebody, mommy is laughing, getting a thumbs up. War Chief is saying they came for the fireworks and a good meat stew. They sure did. They're just waiting for her to come outside.
Oh, they could get a good view up on the roof.
And why didn't she come out and tell them?
Yeah.
Why didn't she say, hey, Olaf, get off the roof. Come on, man. And take your buddy with you. Y'all need to go over there. Why? No, she stayed indoors. She didn't come outside. And they're on her roof, but she didn't come outside. She stayed indoors. Cubaner says, yeah, she's full of contradictions, like every Bigfoot romance.
Yes.
Exactly. S. Coop is letting everybody know that what War Chief was saying was very funny. Elastic Machinery says it makes sense that Bigfoot would be politically correct.
They're woke. They're woke.
Yeah, they're woke. Bob?
Bob says, I took biology courses in animal behavior and communication. These Bigfoot lover people would have all failed. You don't predict behavior using your own biases. Exactly.
Exactly. Good point, Bob.
Cube says she started out talking very reserved, but now speaks confidently like the Bigfoot is her family. So delusional. Yes.
The human stew.
SMA. Yep.
Yeah. And she's about to be.
WREN.
Cool.
And that's how I found out there was actually a dog man on the property with the Bigfoot.
Okay.
He's not their slave. He's not their enemy.
He's named a bird.
I don't know what kind of books or who's been giving her any kind of information.
But she's been reading those romance novels with the.
She's got all the wrong information.
With the cryptid romance novels.
And
that are out now.
she disregards the ones where people are telling them these things will eat you.
It takes the others back.
She's saying, oh, those are wrong. I'm right. Even
they
though,
got a bad attitude, those people.
And she's guessing and saying, I think all the way through this.
Yeah.
And saying, well, I don't know, but you don't know, but you're endangering other people by overlooking that these things are dangerous.
Did they spell it for her? Can they spell too? They said it was WREN, or was it, or is she just guessing that it was like Ren and Stimpy?
I think so. I don't know.
But you know, I heard of another lady talking somewhere, and one was also named Ren, a dog man.
Wow.
Second time I've heard this, and it wasn't her.
And on the property with the Bigfoot.
Okay.
He's not their slave. He's not their enemy. He's their friend.
He's not heavy.
And
He's their
I
brother.
know it's a he.
This juvenile Bigfoot and juvenile Dogman were visiting my family.
Okay.
And they did not know they were not allowed on the roof.
Okay.
So that's why
Her
they were
family.
up there.
And she's literally talking about these things being her family.
So she said the dog man was visiting the Bigfoot family.
Yeah.
But then she said, but they didn't know that they're not supposed to be on the roof.
But she said it was.
Why didn't the Bigfoot know that they're not
Wasn't
supposed
that
to be on the
Olaf,
roof?
or was it a different Bigfoot?
Why
They all
was it
came in for the holidays. They know the weekends and they know the
Yes.
holidays, and it was
4th
like
of
a
July.
family reunion.
But the Bigfoot should have knew not to slap on the house, not to
Yeah.
do all
Why
that.
didn't your family tell them what's up?
She
The house
contradicted herself
rules.
again.
Was it a different
there,
juvenile
and I
Bigfoot?
actually got a mind speak apology from the juvenile Bigfoot. And I said, that's fine, just don't do it again, just stay off the roof.
Okay, okay.
So,
And then right now, we're at, what just jumped into my brain is the picture of another Sasquatch where we are at his location,
yes,
and his name is,
Mel,
yes, what
Mel.
a big footprint.
yes.
Oh my goodness.
Mel.
Like, that's just when I saw the picture of that footprint next to your footprint, it took my breath away.
Yes,
It's
he
Howard's
is
brother.
a large, and he is a brown one.
Okay,
Yeah.
Now, I have never seen a red one.
okay.
I have only
I have.
seen the brown in the pictures. The brown and the black are the only ones that show up.
Okay.
And it's mostly the brown. My family, my small family is black. And then,
And that's going to be because that's what blends into the habitat there. Where I saw the red ones was where pine needles that have that red rusty cinnamon color
Yeah.
are. They're
exactly.
going to blend into what's around them.
Cubaner says, if the dog man gets to her first, the scraps will be left for the Bigfoot. Sure will be, because they will all eat. And Joyce says,
Please tell me you're joking. Cryptid romance novels. I wish I were.
yeah.
Deborah says she phonetically mind reads.
There you go.
Cube says it wouldn't surprise me about romantic cryptid stories. It's a fallen world we live through. Yeah, and it's even in Beauty and the Beast.
Vampires were their
Vampires, you're
stuff
right.
like that.
Vampire love stories, Twilight, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kelly says, Joyce, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, it's a whole genre of books. I know somebody that reads them.
Yeah.
Hasn't read our book
there's a-
yet that we gave him months and months and months ago. I don't think she ever read it, but she reads these things.
There's also that movie Swamp Thing. I think that was a romance thing. With a tree.
Well, even King Kong was
And King Kong, yeah.
they've been grooming people for that for a long time.
Mhm.
Truth Walker says she's loving the agreement she's getting from the guy she's talking to. Yeah, we were talking about maybe we said, would it be copyright okay if we did Bigfoot for Dummies?
Yeah. Can we?
War Chief says this person needs to pull her bottom lip over her head and swallow.
She sure does. I think she could do
The
it. too.
Bigfoot will swallow her soon enough.
Yeah.
Graybeard says, my family, what a sad soul.
Oh,
And that's
yeah.
what it is. These are
It
lonely.
is.
That's what we're telling you. That it's lonely people that are getting into this and getting sucked in by this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it is sad. It truly is.
It is.
SMA says, War Chief, absolutely agree.
Mhm.
the ones that come visit are brown, except for his brothers, which the one brother passed away,
Okay.
Howard.
the beach brother, and then the other brother does not like humans. So I don't
Okay.
believe I ever caught him in the background of the pictures. But yeah, Ren and Jabi are friends.
Wow.
They're not, he doesn't,
They hunt together, huh?
Yeah.
they can do duties. They're equal. They're friends. And Ren does have a family. I have no idea
Okay.
about his family.
Okay.
The dog men are more intellectual
Oh, yeah.
than
Yeah.
the Bigfoot are.
Yeah. When you need a math problem solved, that's who you want to go to. The dog
Mhm.
man.
Okay.
The dog men are more Spock-like.
Okay.
Oh, so it's science questions. I believe in science.
Logical, where the Bigfoot
Mhm.
are more
We're less emotional.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. These are intellectual, emotional predators.
The Bigfoot are emotional.
They're
They'll
emotional.
passionately kill you
They'll
and rape you.
passionately.
Where
And-
the
oh my goodness.
where the dog man
That's
will.
not
Intellectually eat you.
Yeah, intellectually. Have you kill yourself and put yourself into their mouth.
To say that he does not have feelings. I do not think I have ever hurt his feelings. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I'm sure I would have been told that I have.
Every time she says something that
Well,
she's not sure if she can swing it, she closes that eye.
She does. She winks.
today,
Bible
you
even
know,
says something about they wink with one eye.
Yeah.
Deceivers.
we've been going a few hours now.
Mhm.
And for me, so much information. You know, most of the sightings, when people contact me, it's a sighting for maybe 5 seconds. You get the information, and that's that. For me, in a good way, this has been information overload for me. Really, you know, giving me insight more into the personable side of Sasquatch and even the dog man. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about today?
Yeah, you have to realize that they are a type of people that
They're not a people. These are
Period.
predators. They have a form like us, but that's to get closer to us, to eat us.
are intelligent. They have families. They're not just some dumb animal running around.
No, they're not dumb. They're cunning.
Strategic. They plan things out. They're opportunists.
Good stuff.
Just running wild. And also, they're not, this comes with also a word of caution. Okay? They're not all good.
Okay.
You don't say.
You don't say.
A word of warning. And this is where she can give herself an out for
She's been-
telling people to go, that this is all okay and everything, but she's got to hurry up and give her little disclaimer.
Yeah, this is the disclaimer. So the entire time she's scared, she's appeasing them, she's gifting them, she's doing anything they want her to do. She's not coming out at night. She's not physically running them off. She's using her mind to try to ask them politely
She
so
won't
she
even-
don't disrespect
Yeah,
them.
even before she opens the door to the guest room, she's turned over to them.
Yeah, she's already announcing.
I'm coming in.
She's doing everything someone would do who fears another.
Yes, like you would. Yeah. That's
Like
exactly
if you're in
right.
an abusive relationship,
Yep. You
she's
kind of
stepping
walking
on-
on eggshells around it
yeah, batting on the
and making excuses for him.
oh, that's even oh yeah. And you see that in abusive relationships or
He didn't mean
Powerful,
that. It was
power-
just a
yeah.
bad day. I
Or-
did something wrong.
or if they don't want to lose their job
Mhm.
or something. Oh, they just pat me on the whatever for you know that they're just playing. It's not
Yeah, it,
Anytime.
it, it was my fault, really. He wouldn't act
Yeah.
that way if I didn't do this.
yeah.
Some are bad. Some want to kill, maim, and murder and eat.
Okay.
And
Eat what?
some just hate humans. The majority of them that are aggressive, they're aggressive for a few reasons. Number one,
And these aggressive reasons are because of man. It's not because they're aggressive on their own. It's something someone else did.
Yeah, always.
She's taking it away from that these predators are man eaters. She's saying the only reason they do that is because
She said there's a few reasons. Let's
Yeah.
listen to how many.
let's
she
listen to
actually
all
gives.
the reasons.
their mate is getting ready to give birth
Okay.
or just gave birth, and you're around them, they will get rid of every predator in the area when a baby is.
They're going to do that anyway. They're going to eat everything in the area. It
They
doesn't
will
matter.
compete for food.
Yeah, any predator that's going to eat their food or compete, they're going to eat it. It doesn't have to be what this woman is hypothetically trying to put together so that people will believe this when she doesn't know herself. She's putting something together right now.
Gave birth, and you're around them, they will get rid of every predator in the area when a baby is getting ready to be born.
Wow.
Why don't they
Anything that can
coexist?
harm that baby is gone, dogs included.
Okay.
Dogs.
Dogs included. So
Dogs.
she's admitting that the pets and the dogs go.
That they eat the pets, everything. They eat everything. And guess what? These things don't have a birth once every 500 years. Every year, every spring, every birthing cycle, these things are going to have it. So that means that they're wiping out everything.
Yeah.
Every year in every location, every area.
Did she tell the story about the raccoon yet?
Included.
Do you want to speak about, you said at one time, for an example of bad Sasquatch, you felt there was an elder Sasquatch that
Yes.
had come close.
And
Oh, let's catch up real fast. We're getting good going.
Oh, no, go back up. She professionally mind reads were further up.
No, we did that.
Okay.
I think this is where we're at. Photographically, mind reads.
Okay. Cute. It wouldn't surprise me about romantic cryptid stories. It's a fallen world we live through. Okay, we do read that one. Kelly says, Joyce, I was thinking the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Truthwalker says she's loving the agreement she's getting from the guy she's talking to. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, yeah. She's special, and she's on being filmed, so she's
and it's going to
she's
boost
feeling-
her channel.
Yeah, she feels more special.
War Chief says this person needs to pull her bottom lip over her head
Oh.
and swallow. Oh, we must have missed Truthwalkers earlier.
Okay, let's start right here.
RCP says we're all having fun mocking her, but in reality, this is deadly serious. Morons like this could be living next to us. Absolutely.
And that's why we're having this
And
stream.
that's why we're doing this. And why
Normally,
we decided to put this pocketbook out first, even though we got two others going, because of this right here.
and most of the time we wouldn't be watching people like this. These people irritate us because they're harming other people by putting their opinions, theories, maybes, could be's, wishes, wants out there. And there's a lot of people who, just like her, doesn't know or have any information.
And
So
that's
they're
where getting it.
listening.
Yeah.
And getting information from this person, and this person's giving them all the wrong information.
We have been booted out of so many groups and blocked from them because of trying to warn people.
And this is kind of like what Bob's about to go through too.
Yeah. SMA says RCP, sadly, more people would rather make this woman's stance than the truth. Yeah,
exactly.
War Chief says this lady lives in the Twilight Zone. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And seems like a sweet lady, and most people like this are sweet. But if they're intentionally hiding facts, is that completely sweet? It's not all sweet, but she does have a sweet side to her.
Mm-hmm.
Cube says she'll make great shrink for the Bigfoots.
Yep, she will.
Elastic says, I knew she was a Trekkie. Graybeard says, LOL, no.
No.
Cube says, her body is using her right arm and shoulder as a buffer between the interviewer and herself, not so confident as she projects herself as.
Yeah, Cubenator.
War Chief says, they have a binding DNA, you dummy.
And that's what we're talking about, doing this like Bigfoot for dummies, but we think it's copyrighted.
Yeah.
Have a book like Bigfoot for dummies.
SMA says they have packs and are apex predators. Exactly.
Oh yeah, you don't want to be around something like that.
Graybeard says she shed any guilt if she gets someone eaten by gifting like she suggests. Exactly.
Yeah, this is her getting rid of the guilt part.
Yeah. Well, I warned him.
So let me tell you one bad story, okay?
Yeah,
Let me just tell you
here
one.
at the tail end.
Yeah,
Cube says Alice in Wonderland has a firmer grip on reality than she has. Yeah.
yeah.
SMA says War Chief 1000%. Deborah says making excuses. Great call, E.
Mm-hmm.
JR says blinded by dogman science. She
Blinded by
me with science.
the
Yeah, I remember that song. Elastic says the interviewer will say wow to anything. Her dogman pooped on my roof and Olaf stepped in it and then slipped and fell. Interviewer, wow.
Exactly.
That connected some dots.
Yeah.
Cube says Bigfoot apologist, right?
Yeah.
Elastic says her supplicating them, using her mind to ask them off her roof, like she's praying. Hello? Yes, yes. She's
Yeah.
absolutely made these things her God.
She didn't
It's
want
who
to go
she's asking
outside
questions to.
and get them
This
off.
is who she's, yeah, sacrificing to.
Yeah.
Cube says, yep, Elastic, the interviewer is as gullible as she is. Yes.
Sure is.
Victor says, oh my.
Yeah.
Joyce says, the problem with being delusional is you don't realize you're delusional. Very true.
Yeah. Now she's about to talk about the one bad thing or something here. This is her disclaimer.
And but is she really delusional or is she wishful thinking? Because listen to what she says.
Bad Sasquatch, you felt there was an elder Sasquatch that had come close.
And
She
this
felt
elder Sasquatch, I wouldn't necessarily say he was bad.
Okay.
He just was different. He, through the mind speak, he identified, he didn't give me a name, but he said he was an elder.
Okay.
I asked him when he tried to get me to, he kept saying, I'm hungry, come outside.
Now, this is mind speak that we hear over and over happen to people. So, yes, she's making some things up, but she's already said she gets confused if it was her thought or a thought projected into her mind because this comes up.
but this thing said, I'm hungry, come outside.
And he's an elder, so he's
The
the
top
real
dog.
leader
He's the top dog. Bigfoot.
of this troop.
So all the smaller ones, they don't interfere with the big ones. They pay homage to the big ones. They take food to the big ones. Or the big ones will eat them. It's a hierarchy of power and food supply. And they are cannibals. They will eat each other. And if they need to, if the older or the bigger one, that like they call it, or the biggest one, wants that prey, that little one is not going to stand in the way and say, no, you can't have her. That one's mine.
Mm-mm.
That one's going to step out of the way and say, do your thing. Leave me a leg, please.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully you give me a leg, a toe, pinky, something.
Mm-hmm.
But I ain't going to get in the way of
But
your hunger.
the elder gets the soft tissue.
Yeah. Because that hunger, that smaller one does not want to get in the way of a bigger one's hunger.
When he tried to get me to, he kept saying, I'm hungry, come outside. I said, I'm not going to feed you. Go forage in the forest.
Right.
There's plenty of food out there. There's turkey, there's deer, there's rabbits. There's a big old woodchuck that's causing a problem in the back. Go get it.
And I've heard other places is you, Cheryl Green tells me, she and her.
But she's not understanding this thing saying, you come outside.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hungry.
It's time.
It's time.
One of the things she has told me is do not get in a habit of feeding these beings because they'll become kind of dependent on you. And then if you miss a day of...
How can this guy have so many viewers, or him and his team have so many viewers, and act surprised at the most basic things?
And don't
Boggles
know
my
anything.
mind. Boggles my mind.
If you feed these things You're paying homage to them. You're in a mating ritual. You're a subordinate.
Mm-hmm.
You bring them food like you would bring it to a king or a god, and they expect it from you because you started it. You gave yourself, you put yourself under them.
You should be honored to go outside to
And
them.
if you don't, you're food.
Eating, they get kind of ornery and trouble could happen. You know, they could get frustrated.
They don't get frustrated. They say, if you're not bringing me food, I'm going to eat you. If you're bringing me food, I'll let you live another day. But if you stop,
a man walking in the background,
I will eat you. And it's with that with any gifter. It doesn't stop. If you stop, they will eat you. There's so many reports of people who gifted who had to move or had been seen. I remember this one talking about Bigfoot running through the woods and had something gray in its hands. And went to that woman's house, which was an older woman who had been gifted. The back door was knocked down or knocked in, and that woman was missing.
Yeah.
But let's get back to the elders. So
that's why I didn't want to get them at a certain point only on the holidays. But those
At a
holidays
certain point,
come around,
because they were getting aggressive.
Yeah.
I was thinking Christmas, Easter, Halloween,
right.
4th of July, you know, the big ones. No, all the holidays.
All the holidays.
Bigfoot said, no. Every weekend we want something. They say like everyone going camping during the 4th of July. People going camping, to them, you put 2 and 2 together, that's a celebration.
Yeah.
That's a time of festive times.
Yeah.
People are off work on the weekends.
Lots of trash, lots of food.
They say holidays. Every week you bring us something.
Okay.
It's all the holidays.
They let you know this.
Yes. I was let know by
Why is he laughing?
Because he's stupid.
Why is he laughing at the thought that this woman has to continue to bring food, or these things are going to be frustrated and agitated and hungry?
Yeah. And there's the like, you know, they have to give more and more and more and more, and they eventually just can't even afford it anymore. And she's already financially strapped, you know.
And this guy's laughing about it.
the big ones. No, all the holidays.
Okay.
It's all the holidays.
They let you know this.
Yes. I was let know by Olaf. It's a holiday. Okay, you're gonna feed. Well, it's not that kind of holiday. Well, you said you feed on the holidays, so.
Wow, hold you to it.
He said, well, you feed on that. She's.
So she thinks they know weekends and holidays.
But she's
They're
also
going
saying
by.
that these things are talking to her in perfect sentences.
Yeah, yeah. But can't say other things they can't say, like hungry or.
Yeah, they can't say everything proper. But she's saying they can. And that was with that woman who was
psychic
in the but that was the demon
lady
that was talking to her, wasn't a Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Yes, they hold you accountable. And the other thing is,
they hold
because
you.
Really what they can say is like, as far, they can mimic, but very short 2-3 word sentences like, "You're kitty," or you know, they're not having these.
No, the Bigfoot
paragraphs.
They're not having the paragraphs and the punctuation marks. They say food, friend good, my friend, here kitty. Demons will put
Add
these things in her
stuff.
head. Yeah, add it
But
in her
on
head.
top of her own imaginations.
And plus what
combined, it's so many things going on here.
kind of holiday. Well, you said you feed on the holidays, so.
Wow, hold you to it.
Yes, they hold you accountable. And the other thing is, when they mind speak, they will tell you exactly what their intention is.
And that's what this elder did.
Yes, they do not lie. This elder.
They do not lie.
She just lied. These things will lie to you to get you wherever they want to get you. Demons lie. Demons are deceptive.
They'll tell you just enough truth,
They won't ever tell you the entire truth.
but it's you know, it's up to the moment.
Where Chief says, lady, you're definitely on their menu.
Yes.
Sure is. Truth Walker says, just like sharks, when the big ones come into the area, the smaller ones exit stage left.
Exactly. Elastic Machinery says onerous. Okay. Cube says unbelievable. She can't grasp the danger. She is literally just a few feet from the door. Is all that separates her from dinner time.
And they're always at that back door waiting for that door to be possibly, and you know she locks her doors.
Oh, you bet she does.
She's probably got a boat, chair, something
She
there.
won't even enter that room in case it's in there
And
without.
she don't go
announcing
outside at night
herself.
either anymore. That back door will never be open at nighttime. I guarantee you that.
But she's encouraging other women to get into these fine relationships.
And try to figure
Which
things
is
out.
weird anyway, because who says that? Like I've had a dog I've cried over, but I never said he and I have a good relationship.
And why would she
What the
want
heck?
other women to be involved in something like this?
Yeah, teaching them. It's nuts. RCP says, you know, I wonder if he's beholden to some predators and he does these videos to lull people as a way of paying off his things. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
No.
RCP
This
says, the interviewer, I mean.
he's a Bigfoot lover.
Joyce says, she better not forget their birthdays. That's right.
Birthdays, holidays, anything.
Cube says, I think the interviewer is willfully stupid. He reminds me of a dozen Yowie researchers here, ignorant and lazy researchers.
Could
Graybeard says it could be RCP, or he is just a tool that is on the dark side.
Yep. And people like this get promoted.
Yeah, their channel gets bumped and boosted, and
extra viewers.
they don't get shadow banned.
They never get shadow banned. They're put out there.
Which reminds me, hit the likes. 28 people in here. Hopefully we have at least 28 likes
28.
by the end of it. We've earned it. RCP says, yes, Cuban Gray could be. All I know is the longer I watch this, the more serious it seems. It's absolutely serious.
It is serious, yeah.
War Chief says, Bigfoot says, where's the beef, lady? Yep.
Yeah, that's what they're saying to her. They're saying, you're the beef, lady.
Cube says, all of these people have been seduced by the darkness and can't believe they're dancing with death. No, they don't want to believe.
With death. They are so close.
They're lonely. They get something out of it.
Go to church. There's lots of people over there you can hang out with.
Yeah, go to a pet shelter and help. Elastic Machinery says, so Bigfoot has a bunch of thrown out calendars and know when apple gifting day is. I bet they know when pet day and picnic day is, though. Might as well be the same day. Yeah.
Yeah, it is the same day. Buffet day.
Yep. SMA says, please like and sub if you haven't already. Thank you, SMA.
Now let's see what this.
Elder said.
This elder,
the leader,
the
said,
big one, is saying, "I'm hungry.
Come outside.
Come outside."
Their intention is.
And that's what this elder did.
Yes, they do not lie. This elder, I asked him, after he had told me, come outside, I'm hungry. I said, have you ever tasted human flesh? And he said, yes.
So what would make her ask that? And you heard the answer. Now, in this case, he's telling the truth. But why would she ask that?
Why would she ask that?
If they're all so wonderful. And were her intentions wrong? Was she bad? Did she have that coming as far as, you know, she meant them harm and that's why she did something to, what'd she say about the guy that used to live there? Did you mess with him?
Did you mess
with him that he wanted you to come outside, Angie, so he could eat you?
Their intention is.
And that's what this elder did.
Yes, they do not lie. This elder, I asked him, after he had told me, come outside, I'm hungry. I said, have you ever tasted human flesh? And he said, yes, come outside. I'm hungry.
Wow.
He,
Wow.
There's that wow again.
Wow.
He said, come outside. I'm hungry. He goes, yes, that's why I said
But
come
she knows
outside.
it's coming. She knows that one day it's going to happen.
One day she's going to get caught out
But
there.
she's still going to lead people down that road.
And she is still leading people down that road.
Yep.
She's got a channel where she's enticing women.
And this guy's helping her. He'll boost her channel. And we don't want anybody to mess with her. We don't want anybody to give her a hard time. What we want is for people to pray for her and pray for her
Tell her
eyes
about the book
to be opened and to pray for her safety.
and to find the truth.
Yeah.
Don't guess out there.
But don't bombard her. Don't be rude. Don't, you know.
Guessing, giving your opinion, having a theory is very dangerous. This book here has all the answers that she needs for right now. We have some other books that we're working on to get it out as soon as possible. But she needs an education.
Yeah.
So that she can educate. If she's going to have a channel, she needs to be educated.
Well, the disturbing thing is she actually knows this is a possibility. She needs her eyes open. She already has the education. She already knows that they'll do this. She was told by them. She was told by all these people in the beginning. You know, yeah, she needs a book, but she wouldn't read it. She would dismiss it just like everything else. That it's the people listening to her that will pray that, yeah, yeah.
She will be, like SMA says, missing on the 411.
Yeah.
RCP
says Jerry and E, we're going to need a powerful prayer at the end of this one.
Every time.
SMA says also, please share and come back and leave a comment. Yes, that makes a difference too. Come back after the video goes up and leave comments.
We're almost at 4 hours.
Ooh, it's worth it.
Yeah.
S. Coop says, what a crazy question. Yeah, she knows.
She knew. She like, if I go out there, are you going to eat me?
Yep. JR says every day is a Bigfoot holiday.
It is.
And no, even though he says this, she says, I wouldn't say he's bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't say
he's
bad. He just wanted to eat me.
I just,
He just wanted to eat me and rip me apart. And
she's afraid to even call him bad.
yeah, she is terrified of these things.
War Chief says this gal just needs to walk out in the forest and start whistling for her friends and just get it over with.
You're right. Just get it over with. She's prolonging all this.
Hopefully she will wake up before then. SMA says she's going to be a missing 411.
Yeah, she sure
or
is.
lead other people to be. Cube says, I'm inclined to agree, War Chief. We'll pray for her and hope she will wake up before it's too late. Yes.
She's leading a lot of people down the same road.
JR says she probably has a neon sign outside. Holiday Inn.
Holiday Inn's a holiday, yep.
SMA says, pray for her to go back to scripture, then heed to the warnings, and hopefully she will find us and learn. Yeah.
Yep, you're right. You're right.
I'm hungry. I said, have you ever tasted human flesh? And he said, yes, come outside. I'm hungry.
Wow.
He just wanted a quick meal. So as soon as he said that he tasted the human flesh and said, come outside, I'm hungry, I called Debris. I believe, out loud and through mind speak, and I got nothing.
Wow.
And this elder.
She was so shaken, she couldn't even remember if she actually spoke out loud or just in her mind.
And Jabri's like,
don't get me in this one.
That dude's hungry.
That's he runs this show.
I ain't gonna show up, especially if you don't come outside and I show up. That thing's gonna eat me.
And then there was Nima saying, why is she calling you this time of night?
Yeah, why is she calling you? Why is she calling you? You got something going on? The smaller Bigfoots, they're not going to interfere with those big ones. They pay homage to them. If they're running a decoy, they're going to get the herders and they're going to push whoever's out there to the big ones, so they get the first pick.
Yeah.
They don't want to be the Bigfoot's first pick, and they are cannibals. They will eat each other. So her calling for this other Jabi or whoever she thinks is her protector, they're like, don't get me involved right now. This thing is hungry. And if I show up, I'm not going to beat this thing. This thing is going to eat me, and it's going to eat you. So you ain't gonna hear a peep from me. I'm staying out of this.
Yeah.
And
He's looking up in the air like he can't hear nothing.
I can't even whistle right now. But neither could Jabri at that time. But this thing is saying, as soon as you open that door, I'm going to eat you. So she's calling for these ones that she thinks are nice and kind, which are under the elder.
This she's still scared of, even though they're nice and kind.
And yeah, and if that shows up too, they're all going to have a feast. Because once that blood scent gets going.
And notice, nowhere in here does she pray.
No.
She doesn't call God. Oh, God, please get this thing away from me.
She calls a demon.
She calls a demon.
She does.
As if he's her husband and protector. Elastic says, that's an interesting thought, RCP. Something is motivating him to spread lies and encourage and groom women into becoming victims. I'd say there's a large likelihood he's being directed by demons. And perhaps without his knowledge. Most of the people that are directed by demons have no idea that they're being used as agents of darkness.
And if somebody was to look into his videos, see how many women compared to men there are in his interviews.
Yeah.
Because he may be doing that.
And we don't want anybody giving him a hard time either. But, you know, we got to start recognizing patterns.
Yeah, patterns, and informing people that you're doing this wrong.
Yeah, we're not trying to bother people. We're trying to teach people.
People who listen to this person are going to find out that this information is wrong.
Yeah.
And that gifting never stops.
It's not a joke.
It's not a joke.
And I mean, even though we got some humor infused into it, it is a very serious thing.
They're either going to be a mate, or they're going to be food, or they're going to be both.
Eventually, yeah.
Eventually.
Or at the same time sometimes.
A demon always will sugarcoat everything in the beginning.
Don't be afraid, little old me.
Don't be afraid, little old me. But their main objective is to consume.
Consume mind, body, and soul.
Yeah.
Graybeard said, look, these things there's stories of them killing a moose and looking it directly in the eye because they want to absorb that essence. As they die, they want to watch it die. They're very sadistic. Tracker Lorna says she's putting people's lives in danger with the wrong information. Yep.
Sure is.
Graybeard says a slight hint of discernment in the midst of her crazy. She knew the answer to her question before she asked it. She sure did, and that was her body protecting itself.
And that was
her spirit body
saying, do you need to hear this?
Yeah, yeah.
Ask this question.
Maybe
you need to hear it.
God sending, yeah. But she hadn't prayed to God or mentioned God one time.
No.
Joyce says, friends don't eat friends. That's right.
That's right.
Not even on holidays. JR said to the elder, she has good taste. Oh, I'm never going to think of that phrase the same again.
She has good taste. The elder wanted her to have good taste.
Graybeard says, true, Joyce. War Chief says, don't get between that elder and his meat. You can't have your pudding until you eat your meat.
That's right. That's right.
Cube says the elder is not a vegan. No, he's not going to. He said forage.
Forage? I got you right there.
Truthwalker says, so much for I'm your friend, I'll protect you. Yes.
Yeah. He's like, I ain't getting in, but not me.
War Chief says, no, he's a demon.
That's right.
SMA says, Tracker Lorna, she definitely is. Cube says, they're all atheists. Same with the researchers here. Yes. Or they just talk, at the most, they might talk about a Christ consciousness, new age type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
A form of godliness, but no true God.
Called the bee. I called the bee. I believe out loud and through mind speak, and I got nothing.
Wow.
And this elder told me he can't hear you. I blocked him.
There you go.
So
Jabir, or whoever this guy thing is, don't want to hear you right now. He's got his hands over his ears, and I ain't listening. Ain't nothing getting through here. You ain't putting me in front of the dinner table.
Told me he can't hear you. I blocked him. So he had literally blocked that communication.
Wow.
So
Wow.
I did not go outside. If I would have went outside, that would have been the end of me.
Wow.
I believe he just wanted a quick meal and he was too lazy. You know, I don't.
You better be careful. That's disrespectful.
Yeah,
girl.
you don't call him
Why are you
lazy.
calling him lazy?
Don't be calling the elder lazy now. She said he was just too lazy. She said, but if I went outside, I know I would have been eaten, ripped apart.
Literally blocked that communication.
Wow.
So I did not go outside. If I would have went outside, that would have been the end of me.
Wow.
I believe he just wanted a quick meal and he was too lazy. You know, I don't think, I think it was an
Where's your buddies?
opportunist type thing.
Okay.
That
Opportunist.
he
Here
was
went that
trying
eye
to.
again.
You think he was an opportunist?
Yeah, but he's
Yeah.
not bad. He's just lazy, eats people. He's an opportunistic predator.
But it's not bad.
Not bad.
He's got some.
Just wanted a quick meal.
Yeah, he's got some qualities he needs to work on, but besides
Not
that,
bad.
it's not bad.
That would have been the end of me.
Wow.
I believe he just wanted a quick meal and he was too lazy. You know, I don't think, I think it was an opportunist type thing.
Okay.
That he was trying to be an opportunist. Well, I ended up banishing him and he went. Once you
Banishing.
banish them,
That's witch language. She didn't rebuke him. She banished him.
That's a witch right there. She didn't call on God. She didn't call on Jesus. She didn't rebuke in Jesus' name. She banished.
I believe he just wanted a quick meal and he was too lazy. You know, I don't think,
That's all.
I think it was
That's
an
it.
opportunist type thing.
Okay.
That he was trying to be an opportunist. Well, I ended up banishing him and he went. Once you banish them, they go. There are rules they have to follow just like we do. And they are a God, spiritual centered people.
They're not a people, and which God? And even the demons know there's a real God, but you hadn't called on him yet.
And all the demons fear God. They fear Jesus.
Little G God is who.
Okay.
They do believe, they know God. They believe in a God
A
source.
God.
A
A God
God.
source. There you go. This whole
She knows a
universal
God,
mind
God's source.
source. Yeah, God source.
That's
Lucifer.
that's not God.
Who was it on Saturday Night Live? Satan?
Satan? Is that what you talking about?
Okay.
They do believe, they know God. They believe in a God source.
Okay.
Now that's an interesting question. I guess I'm gonna have to ask them.
Yeah, it never occurred
What
to you
do they
before, huh?
call the creator?
Yeah, good
What do they
idea.
call him? I guess that'll be for when I sit down and really have a chat with Sabrina. I
Awesome.
do wonder what they do call him.
When she sits down and has a chat with
You gonna have a chat with the one
Should
who
be.
left you?
Yeah.
The one that said, I ain't helping you, woman.
Sit down and have a chat. It's like, you know, when he
Yeah, like
comes over for the next day.
She's never sat down and had a chat with
Yeah,
these
right.
things.
Right.
She stays inside. She's never had a face-to-face, only
This
through
is
the window.
also why the Bible says test the spirits.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if you want to let us know here at
Yes, I
Bigfoots in
will
Michigan,
definitely.
we would appreciate that.
I will definitely.
Okay.
He said, yeah, we could use the views.
I wanna
As soon as he said that he tasted.
leave it on this last part here because this is the most truth that she talks about through this entire thing. We're just gonna listen to this last part, then we'll catch up with the comments, and then we'll close for the night.
Yeah, we won't show you the other one because it's already too long,
Yeah.
but
We'll come back. with
yeah,
another
maybe
one.
we'll do her other video, one of her other videos on a
Yeah,
separate
we may
stream.
do it tomorrow. You never know.
We never know.
We never know. But we're gonna finish this little last part. We're gonna finish it with the truth, and then we'll catch up on comments.
Inside, I'm hungry.
Wow.
He just wanted a quick meal. So as soon as he said that he tasted the human flesh and said, come outside, I'm hungry, I called Debris. I believe, out loud and through mind speak, and I got nothing.
Wow.
And this elder told me, he can't hear you. I blocked him. So he had literally blocked that communication.
Wow.
So I did not go outside. If I would have went outside, that would have been the end of me.
Boom.
Okay, we're gonna turn this around and we're gonna get to the comments. That last part was exactly the truth. And she knows it. She said, if I went outside, that would have been the end of me.
But she's still encouraging
She's still encouraging
women to establish relationships with these things.
Yeah. This woman is very dangerous to other women
And to herself.
and to herself.
But she still has some self-preservation in there. But she'll. Okay.
Okay, let's get to the last little bit here.
SMA says the fake little gods. Yep.
Yep, the fake little guys, these demons.
War Chief says, so he's your friend Hugh.
Huh?
Or
Yeah.
so he's your friend, huh?
Yeah, the friend
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
show
yeah,
up.
yeah.
When you called and panicked that there's something about to eat me, you're like,
Yeah, right, right. SMA says, not the true one and only Father God, Big G.
yeah, they're calling demons.
RCP says, what do you suppose that tattoo on her right wrist is? I was trying to get a look at it. It looks like it may have 5 sections, but I never got a real good look at it. What it reminded me of at first was like it had little crossbones, like the way the underneath part of it is. Graybeard says, where is this? I'm looking for a cheap house to come on the market. Hers may be for sale soon.
Maybe coming up on sale pretty soon.
In Michigan somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Cube says something pagan, I expect, RCP. Yeah, and I'm thinking that
Yeah.
heart on her throat has something to do with her throat chakra or something like that. Elastic Machinery says, after her family abandoned her to the elder, I bet they're already close and family again. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, because she's gonna go back to them.
She'll make excuses for him.
And ask them about.
Well, she already believes that it was blocked.
Yeah.
Elastic SMA says, not sure, RCP. Cube says, great friend to never turn your back on. Yeah.
Yeah.
SMA says, yes, he was being himself. Next time he won't ask you, you'll be ambushed.
Yeah, and she doesn't know if it was an elder or if it was one of the regular Bigfoots that wouldn't give a name. That just said, come outside, I'm hungry.
You're
and the
right.
other ones before
You're
that
right.
were saying hungry.
Yeah. Which meant sanctuary, love, and prayer. Cube says, banish, another red flag. Exactly.
Exactly.
War Chief says, this person is all over the place with no true direction. Yes, a very lost person. Truth says, SMA 100%. SMA says she's bringing dinner to the chat. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cube says dinner self-delivery direct to her friend, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Tracker Lorna says, God bless everyone and have a good night. You too, Tracker
You
Lorna.
too, Tracker Lorna.
Jamie Alanis, hey Jamie, says hello Jerry and Tracker E and everyone in
Yeah.
chat. Glad you're here.
Glad you're here.
Truth Walker says couple of predator Bigfoots in the shadows of the bushes behind them. Don't doubt it one bit.
Yeah, that's what Cuban they were saying too back there.
War Chief says the elder just wanted curb service.
Yeah, he didn't want to go hunt. He just said, "You're right here. You gift
Yeah,
everybody.
yeah.
We know
Lazy.
you're ready."
Cube says good night, Tracker Lorna. Waving out. Cube says yes, I see them too.
Yeah.
SMA says good night, everyone. God bless and be with each and every one.
Mhm.
Deborah says, thank you so much for a great stream. I'm saddened for this woman.
That's true.
Joyce says, good night, SMA mommy. Elastic says, so if her Bigfoot family are led by a monster, human flesh-eating elder,
Exactly.
what does she think her families were taught? What if the elder demands her family to rip her from her house? Exactly.
Exactly.
SMA says, please like and sub, and please come back and leave a comment. Thank you, SMA.
Mhm.
And JR says, Bigfoot calls God annihilation to Bigfoot.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right.
One of the reasons for the flood.
And here's one of those little things again.
Time.
Just waiting for her to come out.
This is one, I believe
sorry.
that one was from the structure area that she calls artwork that Olaf is doing back behind the woodpile that was moved as he moves blinds closer to the house.
They're all sitting up there just waiting for her. Multiple ones. All just waiting. Looking over everything at her.
Waiting for the next holiday,
All different.
next weekend.
And she thinks there's only 3 and now an elder. But these things are all over her place. She's right in the middle of them. Oh, let's get this one.
Jamie says, I've watched another woman. She risks her safety and she does everything wrong, even gifting. Walking wolves have already followed her home, but she gets all kinds of predators on film.
Oh, my goodness.
If you want, Jamie, let us know that channel.
Yeah, that channel.
War Chief says, pray for an abundance of gray matter for her. Yes, yeah. SMA says, good night, Joyce, and all blessings. And Elastic says, oh, I see. That was my first thought, that it wound up being one she knew. Like predators in the human world, they prey on people they know. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go ahead and say a prayer. Father, and thank you to all of y'all for being here very much, hanging in for a long stream, but an important stream.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Father, we love you. We just sincerely pray that the people that listen to these channels and the people that own these channels, these two people that we watched tonight, that you will give them the eyes to see and the ears to hear, Lord, and that if that you'll open their hearts to ask for that, and that you'll open their hearts and lead them to pray to you for their questions and their comfort and all the things that they're seeking from these monsters and these predators and these demons. Lord, let them know that nothing else works. It's just you, our creator, the one source, the creator, the one and only creator, because the enemy comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Let them know the difference, Lord. Don't let people get fooled by these. We know that it's biblical. There are going to be people fooled by these, but Lord, as many as we can help, present them to us. Let our trackers find them. Let our books find them. Let the word get out. Let your word get out, and protect as many people as will accept that protection from you, Lord. We love you. Take care of everybody in the stream that was here tonight and that will view it in the future, Lord. Give them eyes of discernment and not to take these things personal. Just let them have some wisdom. We love you, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Okay.
Jamie says, I will, Jerry, and E.
Where?
And War Chief says, keep that armor of God on at all times. Absolutely.
Tracker Lawrence says, amen. And Truth Walker says, Jamie, you mean Dee's Dark Adventures? Oh, that
We
might be
just started watching that last night, and it
just
rolled
because of
up
her voice.
after this one, and we actually are going to do some stuff with her. Yeah. Thank you. Yep. We're and Truth Walker also recommended that channel and said that that's someone to take a look at. And she also rolled up in our feed. So definitely, you're right, Jamie.
Jamie says, I will, Jerry, and E, or it's actually lead tracker E. War Chief says, keep that armor of God on at all times. That is right. Truth Walker, she says, that's right. Jamie does. Elastic Machinery says, amen. Gray Beard says, amen. Joyce says, amen. SMA Mommy says, says, amen. Deborah Mueller, amen. RCP, amen. Thanks, y'all. I'm going to save that tracker, Lauren, because I always save that for the end. Cuban Air says, amen and amen. Jamie says, Walker, Ohio is loaded with them. Wow. Cuban Air said, 100% War Chief. And War Chief is hands together, says hands in prayer, and says, good night all. Victor is saying, she is the long-lost sister of Professor X with the graduate degree in dogmatic Scientology. She's getting there. Yeah. 100% War Chief from SMA Mommy. Don't forget to send us an email, SMA Mommy. Cuban Editor says, not everyone, no dreams unless it's from our creator. That is true.
That's right.
No dreaming. Joyce says, good night, my brothers and sisters. And Jamie says, that's it, Jerry. And lead trackeries, I'm going to say that one too. I'll go back through a few things.
Thank you to the new viewers, and always thank you to the moderators and our regular viewers and friends.
And we appreciate everyone being here. And
we sure do.
Tracker B, if you hear the end of this, we're glad you were here. All right, so everyone have a great night, and we will see y'all again very soon.
Check and make sure you subbed and liked on the way out the door.
Yep. So good night, warriors.
Sleep well, rest well.
Rest well, and we'll see you again very soon. Are we moving?
So beautiful.
Are we moving?
So weird. The effect's not quite the same on film. So we're on our way in a snowstorm to go try to find someone that's lost in the woods. You gotta say a prayer. Watching.
Okay.